बोलना
Let's start. Good morning, everyone. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Vice Chancellor, distinguished guests, dignitaries, dedicated students, and dear colleagues. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the second day of the International Conference on Traditional Trends in Natural and Health Sciences. It's a second day, so I'm sure that it's enlightening to have you all for the second day. So I request you to start the event. I request you all to please rise for the university program. To show our gratitude towards Mother Earth, we have this tradition of watering the plants. I invite and request the dignitaries to please come forward and water the plants. Thank you very much. Just to connect, I would like to share that in this 3 days international conference, yesterday at the first day of the conference, we had an opening sessions with 2 plenary talks by Professor Rakesh K. Mishra and Professor Bhushan Bhatwardhan, followed by 6 keynote sessions and 13 invited lectures under various sub-themes of biology, material sciences, and chemical sciences. To start the day 2, it's my privilege to introduce our first plenary speaker, Professor Raghavendra Prasad Tiwari ji, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, and I would like to introduce her. So it's under his guidance only we are doing everything, so we don't need any introduction. So thank you very much for your time. So we'll be talking about conceptualizing the ancient Indian education system. Here I would definitely like to add that whenever sir is talking about the education system, every time we hear from him, there is another concept. Every time there is something new to learn from him. So I'm sure the delegates and the students, there's a lot of things to learn from him. So please, thank you very much for your time, sir. And I'm sure that there will be something very important and interesting to learn from you in today's session.
Hello. Very good morning, all of you. Sat Sri Akal, Namaskar. स्वामी आत्प्रिय आनंद जी के चरणों में मेरा बहुत बहुत कोटि कोटि नमन प्रणाम। मुझे बोलना जरूरी है, आपको देना जरूरी है, नहीं हो सकता है, लेकिन जी no, quite often we hear one sentence that India has been the Vishwa Guru, and National Education Policy 2020 is basically centers around all those attributes which can make India Vishwa Guru again. Vishwa Guru in respect of the wisdom that is required for taking humanity at the higher pedestal and for enriching our civilizational discourse. The very objective of Vishwa Guru in the ancient past was this, and when today in the 21st century India positions itself to become the Vishwa Guru, the very purpose of that aim objective is to serve the humanity and to enrich civilization discourse, a discourse which is free of all aberrations, a discourse where there is no difference between I and you, where everybody becomes we and where everybody contributes for serving the very purpose of existence of life on the planet Earth. You know, let me discuss some of the attributes which made us the Guru in ancient Indian time, or in the time of ancient civilizational discourse. There are 5-6 attributes that will make us to believe that India was Guru. The very first idea, concept, or paradigm is Ekam Sad Vipra Bahudha Vadanti. God is one, and wise people like us, we have made many gods, and while trying to reach each one of those gods, we have created a rigid boundary, and now entire civilization, humanity is divided, and then there's a crisis identity, crisis of identity, and each group thinks that we are supreme. This belief system is supreme. That belief system is supreme. But that was not the idea of humanity that our ancestors envisaged. The second one, which is very relevant today, is Ano Bhadra Kritvo Yantu Viswata. Let the knowledge come from anywhere. Let the noble thoughts come from all around. Wherever they are, let them travel to us. And let those noble thoughts enrich our soul and mind. That was the second civilizational trait, which is very important, and which is very important to know and contextualize in the contemporary world. And if that is the case, that we learn from each other, then the third very noble thought entered into our civilized discourse, that is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The entire world is one family, and each one of us belongs to one family, and we should treat each other as we treat our own sons and daughters and other relatives. So that was the third idea. And if that is the case, then there should be some doctrine to guide us to behave as a member of the family. And for that, fourth one came, that is, जी स्लाइड से मुझे याद है क्या लिखा है वहां पर जी तो हाँ करेंगे दिस इज जस्ट द बैकग्राउंड वार्मिंग अप तो सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामया सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुर्भाग् भवेत्. This was taught to us. And how to actualize this? There is answer in the Vedic wisdom. How to actualize this? If everybody has to be happy, if everybody has to be good, has to have good health and peace of mind and everything, then there has to be coexistential frame of mind. And coexistence can happen only when every individual, not only the human being, but every creature on this earth has share in the natural resources. And this guidelines has come from our first Upanishad, which is called Ishopanishad. And the very first sloka of Ishopanishad says that individuals' share in the natural resources are only that much which he or she earns through hard labor. The rest belongs to God, and that is for the use of others. So from Ekam Sadvipra Bahudha Vadanti to the doctrine of how the resources should be shared. And in between are these doctrines that really make, our civilization discourse very wonderful, very pro-human, and for enriching civilization discourse. Now we see where we stand now vis-a-vis these 4, 5 civilization states that I have talked about, and how close we are to those civilization discourse, or how far we are. And if we are far, then what is the fallout today that we see everywhere around the world? You know, attacking each other, killing each other, snatching things from each other, from individual level and up to the organized manner, the snatching of resources, abstracting communities and societies to reach to the resources. That is what where we stand today. And therefore, the wisdom that we have gained. Now, from here on, I will restrict myself to the education. We all know that we always thought that we are an evolving soul, and the purpose of education is to enrich this soul and help every individual to grow individually as an organic whole or organic being. This is the purpose of life or education for us. We all know, Swami Vivekananda, Vellore Math, from wherever Swamiji comes and where he is performing his duty as a Kulguru, he has always been ideal to the young ones. And he has spoken about every aspect of life, right from our culture, taking Indian culture to grassroots level and at the global level. And on education also, he has expressed very beautiful thoughts, where education is not the amount of information that is put into your mind, brain, and that runs right there and undigested, and that remains undigested throughout your life. ये रहेगा क्या नहीं ये मैंने कहा था इसकी आवश्यकता है ना. So, and the very wonderful statement he gave that education is the manifestation of perfection already in man. And this was the paradigm that was practiced in the Gurukuls when they were taught, when the gurus taught the Sishyas. They were taught them. They, with wonderful statement about Gurukul is written that the gurus, they did not teach the Sishyas. They tried to sharpen the organs which are involved in learning so that they can learn themselves. And now we have the idea of lifelong learning. And and that is why NEP talks about not what to teach, but how to teach. The process of learning, that is very important. But currently, in our higher education system, right from school education to higher education system, the emphasis is on the quantum of teaching. Teach this also, that also, but giving least emphasis on the process of learning. But the Gurukuls in ancient time, the entire emphasis of gurus was training the students in the process of learning and sharpening all instruments of learning that are present in the human body. Now, like Sri Aurobindo also, he also talked about the purpose of education. He says the chief aim of education should be to help the growing soul to draw out that in itself which is best and make it perfect for a noble cause. So the ultimate goal of education was noble cause. Abdul Kalam also talks about the purpose of education, which is to build character, cultivate human values, build confidence to face uncertain future, and to develop a sense of dignity, self-respect, and self-reliance. And a prominent educationist, Jiddu Krishnamurti, has given a very good statement that conventional form of education suffocates our mind and heart, both mind and heart both. and conforming to the incomplete understanding of the true meaning of life. So it is in this backdrop that we should reposition ourselves with respect to education, training our youth, skilling our youth, and also all that, the whole interaction that takes place between the teacher and the student. You know, this is from Vishnu Purana, this is sloka. This talks about the process of learning. This was written about 3,500 years ago. 3,500 years ago, this sloka was created, which defines the process of learning, how learning happens, how learning is accomplished. And, and the very purpose of life, meaning that the true knowledge leads us to liberation from bondage of nature, and to its limitations, the limitations of nature. Every system has limitations. So how to overcome those limitations and learn beyond? So that is the purpose of, that is the meaning of this sloka. We have already talked about it. So, Gurukul system of education was 16 disciplines. Disciplines like metallurgy, astronomy, which emerged much later in the learning system of, various countries, and the 64 skill-based courses that were taught. This was the curriculum in the Gurukuls. So multidisciplinary, transdisciplinary, what we talk about, this was already imparted in the Gurukuls. And now NEP talks about at least 50% of the credit of each program has to be earned from skill-based courses. And you can see that 64 skill-based courses. Of course, the skills which were necessary that time to lead life, not today. Some of those are relevant today also. But because, when we talk about skills, the skills changes its face. What the skill set that are required today may not be relevant down the line after 5 years or 10 years. So, the new needs will emerge. New discourse will emerge. Therefore, new paradigms in the industry will also emerge. Like we all know that now we are living in the era of industry 5.0. 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, 5.0. It's not that only our, the smartphones is new version is coming up, smartphones and all electronic gadgets. Industry is also new version is coming. Education's new version is also coming. Now we are, in the education 5.0, and likewise, new version of society is coming because the social paradigms are changing. Nature, as we interact, as the interaction is enriched, new requirements come up, new sorts of needs come up. So society is also evolving. So, so skill sets will always, remain relevant. Some, there will be basic skill sets that will always remain. But as far as, technological skills, professional skills, those new skill sets, as the tools and techniques change, new skill sets emerge. And the very, the basic thing here, which we should conceptualize today, is the system of evaluation that was prevailing in the Gurukuls, where there was no examination, no teacher will not set 8 questions and ask the students to answer 5 questions, nothing like that. Whatever was taught, the Guru used to observe whether the Sishyas are reflecting on that or not, the learning that has happened, whether they have assimilated that and whether that is reflected in their behavior, in their conduct, in their daily operations or not. That was the system of evaluation that was prevalent in the Gurukuls. This I already talked about. So, as a result, students were able to develop self-confidence, self-discipline, character, social awareness, personality, intellectual, spiritual, and emotional faculties, critical thinking, and to preserve knowledge and culture. I also read somewhere that sometimes, just to counter check, the gurus, when they were, making assessment of the sishyas, they will come, whatever, books were available those days, they'll sit with the book and they'll take one stick and they will punch the book, whatever page number comes. The guru will ask the Shishya, what is written in this page, on this page? Shishya will reply. And then the next question, what is the interpretation of this? And the third question, this is the interpretation from author's point of view. Whether you agree with this interpretation or not, what is your interpretation? If you agree, why you agree? If you do not agree, why you do not agree, you have to tell. And the last question was, how this piece of knowledge is important to the humanity. So these were the yardsticks of evaluation of students by the gurus in the Gurukuls. And that is why the critical thinking, they were able to develop critical thinking and of course preservation of knowledge and culture. Pedagogy. We give a lot of emphasis on pedagogy, which is very important. And now we talk about flip pedagogy and the immersive pedagogy, reflective pedagogy. There are various things. But 3,500 years ago, this sloka was written in one of the Smritis, and this is written. The reference is given here. Acharya padam padam sishya sumedhaya padam sabramchakya pada kalin pachyati. The meaning of this is that learning happens in 4 quarters. The first quarter is what you listen from the teacher or from the guru. That is, if your learning stops there, that means you will learn only 1 quarter of what was taught to you by the guru. The second quarter is learned when you try to derive some meaning out of what you have listened from the teacher. That is the second quarter of learning, self-realization. The third quarter of learning happens when the students, they interact on that learning module, they discuss with their classmates, and then they try to understand. So there's more clarity on the subject that was taught. And now, this is called what? Peer learning. This was already prevailing in the Gurukuls. And this is written in the card. And the fourth one is evaluation, which I have already discussed. So learning happened in 4 quarters. Now you see MOOC, massive open online courses. The other column talks about that. MOOC, massive open online courses, and massive open, those who have made it, teachers, and those students who have earned credit through MOOC, they know that there are 4 quadrants in the MOOC. See the coincidence. I'm not telling that MOOC is copied from that sloka, but see the coincidence. Our ancestors visualized 4 quarters of learning, 3,005. This is written in Smriti, which was written 3,500 years ago. This was in vogue much before that, because writing had started much later. Everything, all knowledge, all wisdom was here, and it was transferred orally. But when it was written, that time, this is one of the first writings where the pedagogy, ancient pedagogy is defined in our scriptures, and see the 4 quadrants in the MOOC: e-contents, e-tutorials, discussion, and assessment. These 4 quarters of MOOC is maximum 16 years old concept. In India, it has started in 2018. And you see the 4 quarters, and see the map. You can actually map both the things here. Now, Acharya Shankara has also talked about the pedagogy. And, Shravana, Manana, and Nididhyasana. These are the 3 quarters, the pedagogical pathways which Adi Shankaracharya has talked about. Shravana, we all know. Manan, we try to derive some meaning, assimilate that in us, and then, nidhi dhyasana, which is comprehension of truth and its application in real life situation, application, translational research. We are assembled here for that. So the seed of translational learning were embedded. In fact, it was shown in the Gurukul time itself, and that is stage of realization that is put into practice. That in the practical component also experiential learning. What we talk today. Likewise, Acharya Vallabha also has talked about pedagogy, and he says that there are three stages in learning: jigyasa, amatsya, and surrender. These are the three stages. These are all written records available. Jigyasa, we can derive some meaning of jigyasa from our own learning also, but otherwise it is strong desire, curiosity, and urge to learn. This has to be necessary there in the learners. Without that, learning cannot happen. And learning is not merely a ladder to success, but an inherent burning and perpetual desire or curiosity to know. And amat sahaja or non-average is towards knowledge. That is, student must accept that teacher knows more than them, and thus be humble and eager to gain wisdom from the teachers. And surrender is students to be attentive, punctual, and inquisitive. Now, in the the Gurukuls, there are 6 levels of learning with Gurukuls, and we all know that Bloom is the father of modern learning. He has prescribed these 6 pathways of learning: remembering, understanding, applying, evaluating, and creating. Learning is accomplished when learners are able to create new knowledge. And see the 6 levels of learning that used to happen in the Gurukuls: listening, abhyasa, understanding, phala, that is comprehension of results, ayurveda, that is study of explanatory test, and upapati, that is attainment of conclusions. So these were the 6 levels of learning. Again, see the coincidence. What I'm trying to emphasize is that the ancient learning pedagogy, entire process of learning is still relevant. We need to, conceptualize those, contextualize those, and give benefit to our learners for empowering them with the necessary 21st century knowledge base and skills. Now, our Prime Minister talks about, vocal for local. Our ancient wisdom talks about being global. So we mix together, we become global. So we need to develop local problem-solving competencies in learners through, I already talked about it, how to learn instead of what to learn. Because, all of us, we know that the quantum of knowledge that is available in every discipline, maximum 30 to 40% is covered from class 1 up to PhD level. So if we only emphasize what to learn, they will learn only what is taught. But if we train them in the process of learning, they can learn anything, whatever they like to learn. Now, another concept, that is how to evolve as a learner, and how learning remains relevant all time to come. For that, we have this paradigm, that is learning, unlearning, and relearning. Now, nobody talks about lifelong learning. Now, we talk about lifelong adaptability. Then third one is skilling, upskilling, and reskilling. As I said earlier, the skill set that is relevant today may not be relevant tomorrow, or even the skill that you have, lower level skill, lower order skill, what you have today, gain today, tomorrow it may not be relevant, so you have to upskill it. And after some time, the entire skill may not be relevant, so you have to unlearn. So reskilling rather. Then to succeed in future, learners have to think like employees, and employees will need to think like, employers. So, that is what we talk about always, that there has to be interface of industry academia interaction. We need to know what are the skill sets that are needed in different professional sectors, domains, and then we design our curriculum accordingly. Now, we know that reform, perform, and transform. This is the basic motto of NEP 2020. If we do not do this, then we are bound to perish. So, we have to do this. And we all know that reforms come at very high cost. Whether it is reform in education, whether it is reforms in economic reforms, social reforms, everything. All reforms has to pass through 3 stages. पहला है हंसी, उस रिफॉर्म के बारे में हंसना, ये ऐसे हो ही नहीं सकता है, उपासना जिसको बोलते हैं. सेकेंड स्टेज इज विरोध. यदि उपासना से हम कमजोर नहीं हुए, हमारा आत्मविश्वास नहीं डगमगाया उपासना से, तो फिर विरोध करना शुरू करेंगे लोग जो नहीं चाहते हैं कि रिफॉर्म्स हो. और जब विरोध से भी हार जाएंगे, विरोध करके भी, तो फिर एक्सेप्टेंस. कोई भी रिफॉर्म है, इसके 3 स्टेजेस से जाकर के यू कैन ट्रेस द हिस्ट्री. Whatever reforms have happened, they have always passed through these 3 stages. But since those are necessary, therefore we have to tolerate upasana, we have to tolerate virod, and then acceptance will come. Leap farming versus pole vaulting. The reforms में 2 चीजें होती हैं. There are 2 models of development. One is leap farming, one is pole vaulting. Leap frogging में जैसे frog थोड़ा कूद के थोड़ा आगे बढ़ गया, फिर वहां थोड़ा आराम करेगा, फिर आगे जाएगा, तो इससे by the time reform comes, actual reform comes, it will be too late, and new sets of change will emerge. So therefore, the ideal model is pole vaulting. We have to raise the standard quality learning, quality research all the time, and set new targets, and that is how we can achieve the goal of faster life. The last one is learn, earn, and return. 3 stages of contented life. We learn, then through that learning we earn, and then the journey should not stop there. We should return also. This return can be both in terms of tangible assets, in terms of intangible assets. And for us, intangible assets are much more important, because our purpose of life is 4 purusarth, that is dharma, arth, kam, moksha. Wonderful combination of materialistic life and the spiritual life. We all know dharma and moksha are spiritual, and earth and kama are the materialistic world. So our ancestors have given us the mixed model of both materialistic life as well as the spiritual life. That is and moksha is the purpose of life for us, the end goal of life for us. How can we, contextualize ancient wisdom in our higher education institutions? In Gurukulas, there used to be 6 types of teachers. Now we have 3: assistant professor, associate professor, and professor. वहां पर 6 थे. कोई पे स्केल नहीं था, कोई पे बैंड नहीं था, कोई डीए नहीं बढ़ता था. अध्यापक जो केवल इंफॉर्मेशन ही दे सकते थे. उपाध्याय, इम्पार्टर ऑफ नॉलेज अलॉन्ग विथ इंफॉर्मेशन. इंफॉर्मेशन में जो नॉलेज बेस है, उसको में कैसे शिष्याज को ट्रेन करना. आचार्य, डेवलपर ऑफ स्किल्स. पंडित, प्रोवाइडर ऑफ डीप इंसाइट इनटू अ सब्जेक्ट. Dhrishta, imparter of visionary views on a subject and making the learners to think in that line. Guru, the ultimate Guru, awakener of the wisdom, leading from darkness to light. This is yet another similarity to Bloom's taxonomy. So 6 types of teachers, and we have to conceptualize these such roles of teachers when we enter the classroom, when we interact with the students. And the last one, I was given 30 minutes, so I prepared myself accordingly. The last one, the Shishya asked the Guru, which is more important, the journey or the destination? The Guru said, the company. So that is what we need to reconstructionize our ancient learning system, and we should give maximum time to the students for scholarly discourse. We all know that classrooms are for formal interaction with the learners, where you have certain objectives, certain module is to be taught. Informal learning is much more important than the formal learning space, and that can happen when we give time beyond classroom time for scholarly discussion with the scholars. That only can bring the change. The official arrangement of the classes, 45 minutes or 1 hour class, will not bring much the desired changes that are required in the learning system of India. It is all that Vedic wisdom, the view of life, of the purpose of life, purpose of learning, and purpose of our existence on this planet Earth, that will bring the difference. And I to close here with a very good prose by T.S. Eliot. He wrote a good prose, 12 lines, very small lines. And we all know that he was highly influenced by Sanatan culture. And at a point, he wanted to embrace it. I don't know how that has not happened, but he has written a very beautiful line, and that line is satire on the life of the purpose of life that we understand today, and also the purpose of education that we impart or we carry out. And he says that where is the life that is lost in living? Where is the life that is lost in living? Where is the wisdom that is lost in knowledge? And where is the knowledge that is lost in information? We have to provide wisdom. We have to make our younger generations wise instead of loading them with huge data sets, informations, and that remains undigested, and that creates riot in their mind. With these words, I close here, and I thank all of you for patience hearing. If there is something, some interaction, then I'm available. I don't know. I mean, we are waiting for Swamiji to listen to. I have had the opportunity of listening to him on a couple of occasions, and that would be really a wonderful experience. So I close here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for such an incredible information you have shared with us. And I think it was a thought-provoking talk. And I'm sure that the purpose of our life, the purpose of our education is what this conference is about. That if we are doing research, that has to get translated, and that is what the purpose of this conference is. That if researcher is doing the research, that work has to get translated, and that is what a purpose of a researcher's work would be. And very, very sad that local word, I'm sure that students will take this word with them, that local is really something global and local. So I think that is what our research, as a researcher also, we are doing research which solves the local issues, problems of the local region, and then we move ahead. So that would be great. And I'm sure some of the sessions we are going to have, or some of the sessions we already have about some posters are there for which are based on the local issues which students have worked on. And now to continue the learning, now we already had a very thought-provoking session where we are actually thinking that what is purpose of life, what is the purpose of our existence, and as a student, as a researcher, how we move ahead. So now continuing this philosophy, now let's connect the science and philosophy with spirituality. So I am now moving ahead to the next session. It's my honor to introduce the speaker for the next plenary session, Swami Atmapriya Nandaji. Swamiji is PhD in physics from University of Madras, and his area of research during PhD was theoretical physics. And I'm sure that there are a lot of things. Swamiji has been a Ramakrishna Order of Monks. He joined the Ramakrishna Order of Monks in 1978, and he was principal of Ramakrishna College for 19 years. And then he served as first Vice Chancellor of Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda University from 2005 onwards. He's an educationist. He has submitted a PhD. He has a lot of PhDs have been awarded under his guidance. He has published a lot of papers in various journals. He has been in various committees to bring guidelines for fostering social responsibility in HPIs. And he has been working closely with UGC and other Ministry of Education advisory committees, which have been constituted to establish Swami Vivekananda chair in various universities. I think it's a privilege to have you here, sir. It would be an honor for us to hear from you, and it would be great because we are going to hear from you how to connect science with spirituality. So this is something which we are looking forward to hear from you. Thank you very much, sir, for your time. Please. So guys, is yours.
Thank you. So may I begin with the traditional chanting? We have a tradition in India. Before we begin any educational enterprise which involves the teacher and the taught, the Acharya and the Sishya, which is a joint enterprise, as you know, both of them commit themselves to certain values. This is a mantra which is called a Shanti mantra, and every Upanishad, which is called Vedanta, it occurs at the end of the Vedas. Every Upanishad begins and ends with a Shanti mantra. Shanti mantra is prefixed and suffixed to every Upanishad. This mantra, which is well known, all of you who know it may chant with me. Many of our Ramakrishna Mission students are here. They know they have been chanting it all their life in these student days. So this is a well-known mantra, just a 3-line, and I will give the English translation based on Bhagavan Bhashyakara, Shankara Bhagavad Pada's commentary. Om Sahana Vavatu Sahano Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karavavahe Tejasvinavadhitamastu Ma Vidvishavahe. Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat. May the Supreme Being protect us both, the teacher and the disciple, by revealing to us the true nature of knowledge. May the Supreme Being protect us both, the teacher and the disciple, by revealing to us the application of that knowledge. May we both strive together for the acquisition of knowledge. May the knowledge and wisdom that we acquire be effective and illuminative. May there be no dissension or disharmony between us. Om, peace, peace, peace. There are 2 or 3 important points to note here. Knowledge should not only be revelatory, the true nature of knowledge should be known, which is called the theoretical sciences. But the application of the knowledge for the good of humanity should also be known. Einstein, as you know, was a very sad man when the atom bomb was discovered and used for destructive purposes. Nuclear science is a very great knowledge, which is theoretically found and established. That the power of theory. Power of theory is tremendous. The human mind and the human brain is so much of exploratory capacity that they can come up with extraordinary discoveries which are later on vindicated and supported by experiments. Some of you may know in the life of Einstein, when his theory of general relativity, which is propounded in 1915, was vindicated later on after about 10 years by Sir Arthur Eddington, contemporary of Einstein. He was an astrophysicist during the total solar eclipse. LC, one of the students of Einstein, came with excitement to the teacher and said, "Sir, your theory has been vindicated. You have been proved to be right." Einstein was sipping his lazy tea and said, "I knew all the time it was right." She was irritated. "What would you have done if it had been proved wrong?" Einstein smiled and said, "I would have been sad for God, but I know I was right." That is the power of theory. In India, we are the strongest theoreticians. Mathematics, theoretical physics, theoretical science have grown in India through intuitive understanding, and experiments followed much later. But we lost in experiments, we didn't apply the knowledge. Swami Vivekananda laments some of the grandest theories about the human soul, about the glory of the human being, have been handed down to us by our predecessors through theory. But in practice, we have not applied them. We have not applied Vedanta. And very powerful statements that he made. There is no religion on earth which talks about the glory of the human soul in such lofty strains as Hinduism. And there is no religion that tramples on the necks of the poor and the downtrodden in such a nasty fashion as Hinduism. That was because religion is not to blame, because many people later on came and blamed the religion for it. So religion should go. Swami said, no, religion is not to blame, but the Pharisees and the Sadducees who applied religion for wrong purposes, misused religion for commercial ends, they are to blame. So bring back the truths in the Vedanta and the Upanishads and the ancient scriptures, interpret them in the modern idiom, and apply them to society at large to improve the quality of life of humankind in whatever way possible. Swami Vivekananda said, Vedanta is not only for spiritual emancipation. We have been overemphasizing spirituality and liberation, neglecting the material advancement. Our Vedas did not speak against material advancement. As Professor Tiwari rightly said, Dharma, Artha, Kama, Moksha, the four Purusharthas, allow accumulation of wealth, Artha, and enjoyment. Enjoy as much as you like. Accumulate wealth as you like, but right means. But all of them should be within the parameters of Dharma. That is the most important idea. And Dharma has been very wrongly translated by the Westerners as a religion. Religion is only a very small part of Dharma. Dharma is much more, all-comprehensive way of life. And Dharma comes from the Dhru Dhatu. Dhru means to hold. The modern word for it is sustainability, sustenance. Dharma, therefore, is the principle of sustainability. What is that principle? The famous principle which was discovered long, long ago is the principle of sacrifice. Every one of the beings in the world has to sacrifice for the good of others. So you can't endlessly keep enjoying if it impinges on the rights of others to enjoy. The famous court case in England, Englishmen are proverbially said to be very fond of suing others in the courts of law. There was a British aristocrat who was walking with his dog, constantly talking to the dog also, and whirling his walking stick. Another gentleman was walking in front of him, and the stick hit his nose. And he became furious. You have no right to hit my nose like that. This gentleman said, you have no right to walk when I am whirling my stick. It is my fundamental right to whirl the stick. They went to court. And the judges in those days were so witty. Some of the judges were so profound and witty. The judge gave the verdict, yes, You have the right to hold the stick, but your right to holding the stick ends where the other man's nose begins. That means you can't have infinite freedom which impinges upon the freedom of the other man. The entire creation is based on the principle of sacrifice. Our scriptures say even the Supreme Lord, the Prajapati who created the world, created it along with the principle of yajna, which is sacrifice. So with these words, I will briefly talk about some of the extraordinary discoveries of the modern science. I'm sorry, I will be biased towards physics, which is my subject. I learned physics all my life. There are several biologists and people of zoology and botany and so many other subjects. But my bias will be slightly towards physics, but I'll try to make it as general as possible. Now, this is an interesting quote which I'm very fond of. Swami Vivekananda, when he spoke in English, remember, Vivekananda was the first person, the first religious leader, the spiritual leader who came to the West and spoke about Vedanta, about the ancient scriptures in English. And what a task it was, he is explaining here, to put Hindu ideas into English, then make out of dry philosophy, intricate mythology, and pure startling psychology, a religion which shall be easy, simple, popular, at the same time meet the requirements of the highest minds, is a task only those who understand you attempted to. The dry, abstract Advaita must become living and poetic in everyday life. Out of hopelessly intricate mythology must come concrete moral forms. And out of bewildering yogism must come the most scientific and practical psychology. And all this must be put in a form so that even a child may grasp it. That is my life's work. And he accomplished it quite a bit. And he also spoke in his Jnana Yoga lectures delivered in England to people who have been totally uninitiated into Indian wisdom and Vedanta and so on. In one of the lectures, he ends by saying, science and religion will meet and shake hands. Poetry and philosophy will become friends. This will be the religion of the future. And if we can work it out, we may be sure that it will be for all times and seasons. This is the one way that will prove acceptable to modern science, for it has almost come to it. Two great revolutionary theories came up immediately after Swami Vivekananda passed away in Mahasamadhi on 4th of July 1902. 1905 was Einstein's special theory of relativity, followed by 1915, where he propounded the general theory. And 1900, when Swami Vivekananda was still alive, came Max Planck's quantum theory, which completely revolutionized the concept of matter. Interestingly, we talk about material sciences. We talk about matter in physics or chemistry, material sciences. But physicists does not know what is matter. That is the latest tragedy. We can't define what is matter. You remember in school physics, we used to read, what is matter? Matter is something which occupies space. What is space? Space is something which is occupied by matter. You go round and round without being able to define. That means there are certain fundamental principles and truths which are not definable. So if I ask any one of you, you know what is space? Yes, of course, I know space. You know what is time? Yeah, time is running out. Please stop. Can you define what is time? Can you define what is space? There are certain fundamental concepts which we know in our heart of hearts. We realize it, we know it, we feel it, but can't define it. In fact, suppose I ask you, what is love? That's the kind of a feeling, you can't define it. Because there are certain things that are so intimately felt by us and cannot be defined. Defining always comes from the intellect. And intellects always fall short of expressing what it actually feels. That's why you go to poetry. Poetry describes certain things. Rabindranath is closest to us in Bengal. And many other, Vice Chancellor, Honorable Vice Chancellor, quoting from the poems. W.B. Yeats. These poets, even Shakespeare and Wordsworth and Shelley and Keats, which we had to study even as students of science, now they have removed all that to science students. They're poorer for it. They express certain ideas which can't be defined, which cannot be quantified. The whole problem between science and spirituality or feeling or even poetry is that the entire world of science depends upon quantification. You quantify how much. Children sometimes ask, oh, I have great love for you, affection for you. How much? They say, so much. You know, children always say that. How many kilos of love do you have for me? It can't be quantified. There are certain qualities which are non-quantifiable, and the non-quantifiability of certain feelings which you know are true, but cannot be defined, cannot be expressed because of non-quantifiability is the enigma of life itself. You can't really quantify and say what it is. I'll give you a simple example. There's a famous book by Eddington, which is called The Nature of the Physical World. Those of you who have not read it, it's a very old book. We used to read it like mad when we were students. The last chapter, Science and Mysticism, there's a remarkable chapter. You know, Eddington was a very famous astrophysicist. He gives an example. There are certain things which can't be quantified, which can't be analyzed. Science goes by analysis, whereas arts, humanities, poetry, religion, spirituality, they go through synthesis and not analysis. You spontaneously and naturally feel them, but you can't express what they are, how they are. He gives a simple example of a joke. Suppose you're given a joke. You laugh. It's a beautiful joke. Wait, I am a scientist. I will not laugh unless I have clearly analyzed and found out it is a joke. So what do? In chemistry, all of you know, in qualitative analysis, which is one thing I was terribly afraid of. You are given some potassium nitrate, some salt, and you have to do experiments to find out and prove, and ultimately the confirmatory test. Somebody said, the easiest way to find out what is that salt, go to the laboratory attendant there, who has issued the salt, please tell me what is that salt. I know many of the students do it, I know. It has been age-old practice. So you have to analyze it. Confirmatory test for the salt. So I'm giving a joke, wait, I will not laugh unless I know it's a joke. Go through the test, the parameters, confirmatory test, and then you realize it is really and truly a joke. Now laugh. So Eddington's beautiful statement, the analysis of a joke kills the joke. The analysis of a joke retains all the qualities of a joke except its laughableness. The reaction should go spontaneously, naturally, and without the thinking brain. It should come from the feeling heart. The heart and the mind, when they coalesce, best wisdom is available. This is what ancients discovered. There is a remarkable shloka in the Bhagavad Gita which says how to meditate. Mano hridi niruddhya sarvadvarani sanyamya mano hridi niruddhya cha. Close all the doors of the senses, withdraw the mind, and where should the mind be put? And the mind should be arrested in the heart. Niruddhya, the word is used. That means heart and the mind, when they coalesce, become one, you become one of the finest of human beings. So we have, in our mad pursuit of science and technology, completely killed our fine senses. It's not only sciences which are pursuing, unfortunately. Sciences have become taken a back seat. It is technology which is dancing on the stage now. Now the greatest dancer in the drama of technology is the Chat GPT. We have a serious problem with the university, which every university faces. The students solve their problems just like that with Chat GPT. So how to evolve an examination procedure by which they should use their own brains and not the Chat GPT. In the advanced studies, it's such a terrible mess now. A kid in the 9th grade wrote a beautiful essay. The teacher said, "No, you have not written it, I know. Did you use ChatGPT?" "Yes, ma'am, I did it." Write as if a 9th grade kid would write. He straight went to the ChatGPT. Write as if a 9th grade kid would write. And ChatGPT produced a beautiful answer. So now, how human intelligence, which has created the artificial intelligence, are now completely becoming a slave of the artificial intelligence. This is the example of what we call the Bhasmasura. You know the Bhasmasura story? In the Puranas, they have wonderful stories, mythological stories, which have great wisdom. Bhasmasura, these asuras were great tapasvis. They used to do tremendous penance. And the great god Shiva, Mahadeva in the Hindu lore, who used to be extremely liberal in giving boons. You just do some tapasya and then take some the bilva leaf and put it in the Shivalinga and pour some Ganges water. He is very pleased. It's called Ashutosha, quickly pleased. So this Asura made tapasya. Shiva said, "What is the boon you want? Whosoever on whose head I lay my hand, he shall be burnt to ashes." He said, "Yes, I grant this." How to test it? He wanted to test it on Shiva himself. So Shiva was running for his life. This fellow was running behind. And every time Shiva makes this liberal boons he gives, and Vishnu is always by his side to protect him. That is the story. The psychological and the archetypal explanation is, in the world, there are always two archetypal images, because that's not my topic today. Vishnu type and the Shiva type. Sri Ramakrishna discovered it and explained it. In the household also, you see, the husband may be Shiva type and the wife should be Vishnu type. If both are the same type, they'll quarrel. They should be complementing each other. In the institution also, if the top man is the Shiva type, his assistant should be the Vishnu type. So you can see, you can look at the world politics and see. So that means there are certain archetypal images because of which these mythological gods have been evolved as beings. Since the human mind always has to go by the anthropological, because human mind will always look in terms of the human types only. These gods have been evolved. This is a totally different topic. So the dharma, the basis of everything, based on the principle of sacrifice. And the ancients, I was thinking about what is the USP, as they call it, unique selling point of the ancient rishis. The fundamental principles through which science has developed over a couple of centuries is that they have evolved certain fundamental general principles because of which is developed. I will just list some of them. Fundamental common principles, just these four: the classification principle, the generalization principle, the unification principle, and the microcosm-macrocosm identity principle. I'll briefly explain each one of them. And the modern scientific development reflected respectively, people who are computer scientists will know, principle of pattern recognition. In computer science is a very important subject. They call it, what they call it? Pattern recognition and computer vision, CVPR. and discovery of universal laws. What are laws? An incident happens. If you look at an isolated incident, there can't be any law. And if you recognize it as an example of a universal phenomenon or a law, then you evolve. Swami Vivekananda spoke about this, and he gave the example of the apple falling from the tree before Newton. You know the famous story. Since childhood, we have studied Newton is sitting there, apple is falling. We would have grabbed the apple and eaten it, but Newton must have eaten it also. But before that, he thought for a while. Is it an isolated incident that the apple is falling? Apples fall, stones fall, mangoes fall, everything falls to the ground. Why? So there's a principle behind this falling to the earth. So this was not an isolated incident, but an example of a universal principle. He went on generalizing until he found out the universal law of gravitation. All laws are only generalizations of a principle. The particular is referred to the general is referred to the more general is referred to the most general, which is called universal. There's one example. And unified field theory, most of you must have heard about this. Einstein was chasing this was the holy grail in physics. You know, Tennyson, as the poem Ulysses, as the holy grail. He was chasing and chasing without getting it. Einstein was chasing this holy grail his whole life. Towards the end of his life, he became a kind of recluse, did not accept the probability interpretation of quantum mechanics. The entire world of science is moving in a completely different direction, became a recluse, and died a very sad man without having been able to crack this mystery of the unified field theory. I have a feeling, I'm not claiming that all the ancients discovered it. The ancients discovered the principle of the microcosm-macrocosm identity, but they found the universal principle, which is materially also we are one. The oneness percolates everywhere. Variety, of course, is there. We say tolerate variety was one slogan years ago. Now they say no, don't tolerate, accept variety. Now we speak about celebrate variety. Nature is so varied, it throws up so much of variety. Take anything in nature, take a small ant, or take a bird. How many varieties of bird? Fishes. How many billions and trillions of varieties of fishes are there in the world? Take anything in the world created in nature, hundreds of thousands of billions and trillion varieties. Why does nature throw so much of variety? Go to the Amazon forest. How many hundreds of thousands of trees bearing fruits? They wither away, and again new trees come up. Who is there to consume? Who is there to eat? The unfortunate notion that man had even some decades ago, a century ago, that man is supposed to conquer nature and enjoy it. The anthropocentric view of nature. Now people have realized you have to go to for an ecocentric idea of nature. You should realize you are a part of nature, and if you destroy nature, you are destroying yourself. Maxwell, a very famous physicist, the electromagnetic theory he discovered, he said, in trying to solve the mystery of nature, we ultimately realize we ourselves being a part of nature and therefore forming a part of the mystery that we are trying to solve. You are not out of nature, you are very much a part of nature. And therefore, by destroying nature and thinking you will enjoy everything of nature, you are making a big mistake. And this is called in Greek mythology as the nemesis of nature. Prakriti pratishod. Prakriti will come back and attack you, which happened a couple of years ago. I asked all my biology friends, what are these Nobel laureates and the huge brains in the biological sciences in the hundreds of universities in India and abroad? Could they not tackle the little fellow which is called the coronavirus? The smallest of the smallest of the smallest of the smallest, And I heard from biology friends, virus has no life. But comes to life as soon as get attached to life. This little fellow was shaking the entire globe for a couple of years, and all your Nobel laureates are completely helpless. This is the power of nature. Don't harass nature. Don't exploit nature. Don't take nature for granted. Nature comes back and tells you what you are. Some of the older people may know, Hitchcock had a beautiful film, a movie called The Birds. Some of you must have seen this. The birds in the world, they suddenly became extremely angry with mankind and then started attacking. People didn't know where to run away. Even today, I think about a decade ago, there is a news in the papers. There is a district called Midnapur in West Bengal. There, small snails, the snail which moves very, very slowly. So we used to call, when we had the email, then they said, what is the other mail which we write and post called S-mail, snail mail. The snails are very small and they move very slowly. Hundreds of thousands of millions of snails invaded the village. You open the bathroom, you have snails. You have the kitchen, you have so many snails. You have the bedroom, snails and snails and snails everywhere. People had to evacuate and run away from the village. So this is the power of nature. Don't be kidding with nature. Nature, when it comes back upon you, mankind cannot survive. Which is what we did so long ago because of your philosophically wrong idea of human beings being the center of the universe. We are the center of the universe, we are great, and all the other components of nature will be our slaves. No. You have to go for ecocentric idea of nature. And now they talk about deep ecology. These are things which are emerging now. And you may also start some very important courses also, which we did. Deep ecology, biospheric egalitarianism. Some bombastic words you should use so that people can be kept at bay. So science always uses bombastic words, preferably from Greco-Latin vocabulary. If it is put as alpha and beta and gamma, alpha, beta, gamma are all gone now, so too old. So you should find out something new. So why I'm saying this, because this principle of unified field theory obsessed Einstein. We discovered long ago for every microcosm there is a corresponding macrocosm, and even at the material level we are one. Our body, your body, all the matter in the universe are only whirlpools in the ocean of matter. That is called Vaishvarara and Virat in our scriptures. And at the mental level, all the minds are part of a cosmic mind, which is called Hiranyagarbha. And therefore, I can communicate with any other mind through the Hiranyagarbha. Suppose I want to communicate with you, I don't need emails or anything, or even telephones. I simply upload a thought in Hiranyagarbha, and it goes and strikes there, and Hiranyagarbha, from Hiranyagarbha you can download from anywhere you like. It's a simple question of uploading and downloading. So in order to explain to our students, I say Hiranyagarbha is a cosmic server. When I send an SMS from here to there, it doesn't come directly. It comes through the server. So cosmic server is the great Hiranyagarbha, through which you can easily communicate. And to be able to download from Hiranyagarbha, my students always ask very critical, uncomfortable questions. Why do you keep this mantra very secret? Hinduism always very secretive. Now they talk about transparency everywhere. It will be transparency, it will be open. Then I said, of course you are right. You have an email? Yes, I have. What is the password? No, I will not tell you a password. Why? What is secret about it? Tell me what is secret about it. Wife and husband will not share their passwords with each other. There are certain things which are considered too sacred. I keep to myself. My relation with my God, if you believe in one, is personal to me. That Hindu religion's greatest discovery. My God is personal to me. Don't universalize it, don't impose it upon other people. My conception of God is mine. Let me live with it. Everybody is democratically allowed as far as religion is concerned. Greatest democracy in the field of religion and philosophy, and therefore religion and philosophy grew by leaps and bounds. Swami Vivekananda said, liberty is the first condition of growth. In India, we gave so much liberty to religion, philosophy, and at the mental level, so it grew. And for that, a fixed point was necessary. Society was made the big fixed point, and society did not grow. In the West, just the opposite. Society, so much of liberality was given to society, and religion was bound in shackles, particularly the churches. You had to obey whatever the church dictates. The church says that the sun is going around the earth, then all the scientists have to obey. You know the story of Copernicus. The heliocentric theory has said the earth is moving around the sun, and church came down heavily upon him. You will be executed. Come on, write a bond and sign there. I believe the doctrines of the church that the earth is moving around the sun. He signed it and said, came out and said, to save my life, I sound it, but I know earth is going around the sun. This is the kind of dogmatism that the most advanced countries practice. You know, Harvard University, even now, you can check on that, does not allow the Darwin theory to be taught. It's against the church's doctrine. Then finally, after a lot of agitation, etc., they said, all right, you may taught the Darwin theory, but alongside the church's theory. In India, ideas were never shackled. Anybody can preach any idea. Atheists, hedonists like Charvakas, were allowed to preach from the temples. But that was the religious democracy, but we did not practice democracy sufficiently as far as society was concerned. Now we are out of shackles. 1100 years we are in the British and the Muslim shackles. People criticize India, I tell them, 1100 years we were in the slavish. Just less than 75 years, the kind of strides we have made, unimaginable, incredible. No country would have done this because the spiritual roots are very strong. Then the cosmic wholeness. Now, some examples I'm giving from physics, particularly classification. Classification of matter, 3 states of matter we know. Classification of particles, spin statistics, interactions, and so on. Chemistry. The whole of chemistry, go to any laboratory in chemistry, there'll be huge picture there everywhere, the periodic table. When so many elements, about 92 elements are discovered, Mendeleev and Rutherford, Mendeleev and who else? Losermeyer. Two of them independently found this, we should classify these elements. Classification schemes are available. Suppose they classify the people sitting here. It could be according to height and weight. It could be according to gender. It could be according to the place from which you come and so on. Suppose you classify everybody. What is the classification? All of us are human beings. That's a very good classification. Now the dog and the cat there says, what about me? Oh, you're also here. All right. Let us say living beings. And the microphone on the table will tell me, I'm serving you so much, you have left me out. All right. What do you do to do that? Beings. Being is the most general classification, and Vedanta call it Sat. Asti. Sat is the most general classification. So you go on classifying elements, and then you found a great periodic table. And you know the periodic law in school chemistry, all of you must have read. Very, very interesting, and it's also philosophical. When I was a student, I always used to look for some kind of philosophical underpinning behind every scientific discovery. Every scientific discovery is based upon some kind of philosophical underpinning, and even life itself is based on some philosophy. Even a beggar in the streets is a philosophy. So without philosophy, science can never have grown at all. So what is the philosophy? The periodic table, periodic law says, every element in the periodic table interacts with every other element in such a way as to reach the configuration of the inert gas nearest to the periodic table, nearest to it in the periodic. Remember this law, in school we read it. Why inert gas? Inert gases are those which do not form compounds. Helium. You can't have helium compounds. So why? Every human being, every being in the world wants to remain alone without interaction. Einstein finally called it as the law of cosmic laziness. Every being, every particle in the world said, I want to be left alone and lazy. Don't disturb me. So because of that, every particle will try somehow to go towards the nearest inert gas configuration, the periodic table, for which you can form coalitions also. Methane, the philosophy of methane, CH4. Poor fellow, it has only 4 carbon atoms, and it needed 4 more complete. You need 8. You have 6, you can borrow 2, electromagnetic valency. If you have, you can give up something or you can extract. Getting 4 is not easy. So immediately found the coalition. This coalition government started in chemistry long back. Now we have realized nobody can independently form a government coalition. 4 hydrogen atoms can come and be with me. CH4, I have said. So this is the principle of the periodic table, as you know. Periodic table of elements is a great classification scheme, and Vedanta. Can you classify human aspiration? Suppose I ask you, all of you are very learned people here, what do you seek in life? What is a quick answer? Oh, wait, I see so many things I want in life. I don't know what to say now. Hundreds of thousands things we want. Can you classify them? Classify human aspiration, what humans. Our great rishis classified them into 4. Dharma, Artha, Kama, and Moksha. These are the 4 human aspirations called Purushartha. Purushartha means Purushena Arthita. Whatever a human being seeks is a Purushartha. They classified them in Dharma, Artha, Kama, and Moksha. You want to enjoy, everybody wants to enjoy, for which you need money. And these 2 aspirations should be hedged with the principle of Dharma, and we are done with it. And you ask yourself, I had all of this. What is the purpose of human life? Where do I come from? Where do you go? These kind of philosophical questions arise in you. Then you need what is called the moksha. So these are the 4 aspirations of every human being. You can check whether there is outside of anything anybody can have. This is what. And Swami Vivekananda has a famous lecture called Reason and Religion. I recommend it to all of you to study. He is asking a very interesting question, whether a religion should also be subjected to scrutiny, just like secular sciences. If yes, then what are the parameters? Religion claiming superiority over sciences, saying that we talk about transcendental things, you can't subject it to scrutiny. Swami Vivekananda says religion also should be subjected to scrutiny just like secular sciences. By that scrutiny, if a part of religion or a whole religion goes, let it go. It deserves to have gone long ago. And this proves that Vedanta alone will stand this test of scrutiny like secular sciences. You may refer to this beautiful lecture. At the discoveries of laws of science, the concept of symmetry, that's again very fundamental to science as well as religion, as well as philosophy. Symmetry is related to beauty. What is beauty? Why do you say something is beautiful? Because there is symmetry. There's an axis of symmetry here, and the both hands are here. If axis of symmetry at one hand is this way, as you move, that's very ugly. I learned it from our students who used to decorate for the Saraswati Puja and all that. So what is the simple decoration that they do? They take a beautiful piece of paper, color paper, fold it, and cut the whole thing at random. They open it, you have a beautiful design. Why? First, they create an axis of symmetry. Symmetry is related to beauty, and therefore we call the supreme principle as a Satyam, Sundaram, Shivam. It should be Satya based on truth and you will be pleasantly surprised to know, those of you who are not exposed to physics, that symmetry in relation to truth was a beautiful theorem called the Noether's theorem. Noether was a woman scientist. He discovered that all symmetry comes from some kind of fundamental invariance principle. So truth and beauty are connected, and goodness should be added so that life can be more pleasant than it is now. The unification principle is well known. Einstein's quest for unified field theory, Stephen Hawking's theory of everything. Those of you who read Stephen Hawking's books, is a theory of everything. We talked about supersymmetry, and so on. And the physicists are chasing something which is still higher, how everything can be unified by the theory of everything. And now the concept of Internet of Things. We talk about now AI, artificial intelligence, separately, and Internet of Things. Now scientists are talking about AIoT, artificial intelligence of things. These are the current things which have come up. The Internet of Things, where everything can be integrated through the internet. A simple example is, suppose you want to catch a flight in a hurry, you went there, and suddenly you realize you have not switched off your fridge, you have not switched off the fan and the AC, and you're going to be away for 2 weeks. Then from the airport, you can switch them off. They say Internet of Things, everything can be operated from faraway distance. Distance has no meaning. Some of you may know, 2 years ago, 2022, 3 scientists, physicists were awarded the Nobel Prize for vindicating what is the action at a distance. It's called quantum entanglement. Einstein did not believe in this. Einstein said it's a spooky action at a distance which I do not believe in. And he was working out different theories, what is called hidden variable theory, and he failed. Recently, they have discovered, suppose one particle is somewhere away, another particle is far away, several thousand miles away, a change made in one particle automatically affect the other particle. Now we have proved it long ago in India, to the principle of Hiranyagarbha, to the principle of all-encompassing Virat, in which every component is interconnected with every other component. This is another important principle which you realize now. People are coming to that. Science, biology, then biotechnology, they are talking about this interconnectedness of the whole universe. And therefore, interdependence of every component of nature in the universe and everything else. This interdependent, interconnectedness spoken of by Vedanta, Buddhism, Nagarjuna's theory of Pratitya Samutpada, Jainism, all Indian thought is based on interconnectedness and interdependence, therefore, and therefore even international relationship. We are saying nobody can live alone, you better cooperate with me. Cooperation is the law and not coercion. Ekatva Vijnana, the oneness which I talked about, the macrocosm principle, Yad Pindande Tad Brahmande, called Vyashti and Samashti. Vyashti is small, microcosm, Samashti is big, the macrocosm. The examples are well known. Swami Vivekananda had a profound experience in Almora in Himalayas. Meditating under the peepal tree, he found, I have solved one of the greatest problems of my life. I have realized the oneness of the microcosm and the macrocosm. Several examples can be quoted. Only one I quote from physics once again. You know the atomic structure, that there's a nucleus around it, the electrons are revolving. It was posing a great challenge to the scientists at that time. Rutherford discovered the nucleus, the positive core, and J.J. Thorne discovered the electrons that are moving down. But how are they placed with respect to the positive charge was not known. It's a nagging question, and my guess is Rutherford, annoyed with this question, early morning with his cup of tea, is looking through the window and the sun is rising. So, that's it. Just like the planets are moving around the sun, the electrons are moving around the nucleus. How do you know? This is the analogy. Once again, physics, chemistry, all the sciences are not rigorous sciences, you should know. They're heuristically, imaginatively, out of guesswork, they found something. Later on, it was evolved and proved later. The intuition of the human mind always overpowers the calculational aspect and the rational aspect of it. And therefore, when he realized there should be somewhere something is happening. It's a signal to stop, maybe. The nature gives signals. So you realize that you copy nature. That's why, education, as our Vice Chancellor was saying, observation of nature is something which we lost in our education. You live in nature, observe nature. Observe how the ant is moving. If children observe how the ant is bit by bit is collecting the grains and storing there, remarkable. Even a mosquito. We live in a place where plenty of mosquitoes are available, and mosquitoes come and take our blood, as you know. I allow mosquitoes to take my blood. The poor fellow, how will he get? So I tell only the mosquito, you can please sip some blood, but don't give me malaria. On that condition, you can sip. I will tell you an interesting incident which happened. So thrilling. If I were a photographer, I would have got the first prize. We use mosquito nets. And mosquito net problem is if a mosquito enters, it will not go out. So one mosquito entered, it went on sicking, its stomach was full, I could see. And then what to do? I was just observing, I didn't kill it. I don't kill mosquitoes. After all, it has equal right to live as I. But only be careful with mosquitoes, that's all. You have no right to take away life because you didn't give it to. So the mosquito went, I was just watching, and it went very near the mosquito net. There's one small fellow outside, maybe his son or daughter, and it is sticking out, and like a syringe, it simply sucked out all the blood from the mosquito which is inside, and it emptied everything, came back again to suck blood. I was so amazed. Whole night I could not sleep. I said, oh God, even to the small creature, how much of intelligence you have given, how much of love you have given to your small offspring. Look at the mosquito's love for his little child. Somehow to feed it. I was so overwhelmed, I could not sleep. And this mosquito, when came again, I told him, you suck as much as you can for this act of kindness and compassion which you are displaying. Human beings should learn from this little mosquito, from the creatures, from the animals and plants, how much of love they have for everybody. And the most cruel people are the human beings because of wrong education. Swami Vivekananda said, because of wrong education, because we teach violence, we have teach cruelty, we teach children to be intensely selfish. Swami Vivekananda famously said, unselfishness is more pain, even materially, but people don't have the patience to practice it. So I'll quickly go through the other slides. Anoraniyan Mahado Mahiyan is a famous statement, Kathopanishad. Smaller than the smallest and bigger than the biggest. And the quest for unity, 4 quests as we talked about. Tasminna Bhagavo Vidyade, Sarvamidam Vidyadam Bhavati. Tasminna Bhagavo Vidyade, Sarvamidam Vidyadam Bhavati is the Mundagopanishad, also Chandagopanishad. Ekastra Vidyana, Eka Vidyanena Sarvam Vidyanam. If you know one, you know everything. Second quest, continuum of matter. This also once again from physics. Einstein talked about space and time not separately, but space-time continuum in the special theory. He added matter also, space-time matter continuum in the general theory. And we in India, long ago, Vedanta and the Holy Scriptures talked about matter, space, time, matter, consciousness continuum. They form a continuum. I'll refer you to Taittiriya Upanishad, some of you are interested. Annamaya, Pranamaya, Manomaya, Vijnanamaya, Anandamaya. They form one continuum starting from the matter Annamaya up to the highest Anandamaya. Quest for interconnectedness, oneness of existence. Kasmin khalu otascha protascha bhavati. The idea of otapurota, that means overwhelmingly enveloping the whole thing, and indivisibility of knowledge. Once again, NEP was referred to by the Vice Chancellor. See, the idea is we have divided knowledge into compartments. Sciences and arts, in sciences, so many things. When you get a PhD, you get it for Doctor of Philosophy. So it's a philosophical pursuit that you have. We did not divide knowledge into compartments. What we did was to compartmentalize knowledge, divide knowledge into so many compartments. Now we have to reintegrate to what is called interdisciplinary. Who asked you to cut them to pieces and then try to put them together? Have a holistic vision of knowledge itself. Quest for infinite. See, human mind is the only mind among created beings you can think of the infinite. Human mind, is it finite? Of course, it appears to be finite. How does it conceive of the infinite? That means there are two components in the human system. One is the finite and the infinite. There is happiness only in the infinite. There is no joy in the finite. Why? Because anything finite will change. Anything which changes cannot give you eternal joy. Unchanging is the infinite. How do you say infinite is unchanging? If infinite were changing, the Rekshu a certain principle, then it should change in space or time. Infinite encompasses all time and space. Where is the space in which the infinite will move? What the time through which the infinite will move? And therefore, infinite being timeless and beyond space cannot change at all. And therefore, if you seek joy in the infinite, that also will not change. This is Upanishadic statement. And the last quest, the Mahashakti. So Upanishad should not even talk about the Brahman and the Atman. They talk about the Mahashakti, the great power which is running the whole universe. And I will end with a famous quote. Einstein is our hero. My religion consists of a humble adoration of an illimitable intelligence which our dull faculties can comprehend only in the most primitive form. He didn't call it God. He said there's an illimitable, huge intelligence which is running the affairs of the universe. What is the difference between science and religion? Science believes in the laws of nature. We think that we don't have faith in science. We need faith. I can't walk without faith because I believe in the laws of friction. When I put my foot there, I know friction will hold me. If I don't believe it, I will fall down. When you are taught the Newton's laws of motion in the class 6 or class 7, and you say, sir, I don't believe in Newton, I'm a scientist, I'll question everything. Go on questioning Newton and Einstein, knowledge will never progress. At some point, why do you accept Newton and Einstein? Because it has been proven, accepted, experimented, documented. Exactly the same way, all the realizations of our great rishis, they claim and challenge the whole world. This can be experimented, replicated, and shown. Anyadhyevam yobar vidadhyatmameva. In the last line of the Kathopanishad, he says this has been taught to Nachiketa, a qualified aspirant by Yama the Acharya, and anybody, anywhere, at any time can also realize the same truth if he follows the same distance. The open challenge the rishis have given. And therefore, this idea that the supreme intelligence, science believes in the laws of nature, religion goes beyond it and asks, what is the supreme intelligence which runs nature? Belief in that is called religion. So I'll read the last quotation, the very interesting quotation of Einstein. The most profound, the most sublime experience that one can experience, the sensation of the mystical. It is truly the source of all science. The person who is a stranger to his emotion, who can no longer marvel and wonder and grab awe, is as good as dead. know that what is impenetrable really exists, manifesting itself as the highest wisdom, most radiant beauty, which our dumb faculties can comprehend only in the most primitive forms. This knowledge, this realization that constitutes true spirituality, this cosmic, religious, and mystical consciousness, the noblest mainspring of all scientific research. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om. Thank you for listening patiently.
Thank you very much. I think, again, very thought-provoking session. And so I request Honorable Vaishashri sir to please join us here on the stage. Yes. So I request Vaishashri sir and joined by Registrar sir and Professor Vamsa, if you can join for felicitation, please. So we have really two speakers this morning. So first I request Honorable Vaishashri sir to please felicitate everyone. Honorable Vaishashri sir to be felicitated because he was one of the candidate speaker. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. My sincere thanks to both the two lovely sessions we had this morning. I'm sure that these insights and expertise has made a significant impact on the ongoing 3 days conference we have. Thank you very much, sir. I think we are grateful for your relevant contribution for this knowledge you have imparted on us. And we will definitely dedicate the students who are taking this session. We take it forward and it will be great for all of us to understand and really imbibe it in our life too. So with this, I think we are ending this plenary session now. And I request you all to please rise for the national anthem. But before we end, I would request that we are taking a 15-minute tea break, and then we'll be joining again in the respective sessions. And in 15 minutes, we'll be joining for the biology sessions. We'll be joining here. There we'll have Professor Vamsai's session, Dr. Zhao, and Dr. Pathak's session in this hall, followed by a session of chemistry sessions in third floor, and a physics session in the ground floor of the seminar hall. So, national. You can send your kids, so there's a technical issue here. Take it up. Enjoy 50 minutes.
So back to this session on COVID technology in diagnosis and therapeutics, plus and also plant and agricultural biotechnology and healthcare. So today we have for this session 3 speakers lined up. So some very interesting talks are there. The first one will be by Professor Bagsai. The second one will be by Professor Ian Zhao. And the third and the last talk will be by Dr. Akhilesh Patel. So Dr. Monisha then will introduce the speakers, and as we are almost 1 hour late, we'll try to make up some time. Thank you.
So good morning, everyone. So the keynote speaker for this session is Professor R.M.K. Bagsai. Sir has done his PhD from AIMS, New Delhi. He has been faculty in IMS PHU. Then he joined JNU in 1980, and since then he was the dean SLS, SCIS. He was also coordinator National Center for Applied Human Genetics and Bioinformatics, JNU. He was Vice Chancellor, Sri Mata Vaishno Devi University, Katra, and also founder, honorable director of Delhi School of Public Health. It's a Center for Eminence, University of Delhi. And he has guided around more than 40 PhD students, and there are more than 150 papers in his credit. He has been involved in various genetic diagnosis and genetic counseling, setting up various genetic diagnosis and counseling centers. And for his work, he's a fellow of all 3 academies. For his contribution in science and technology, he has been awarded Padma Shri in the area of science and engineering in the year 2012. And it's our privilege to have you here, sir. And now over to you for your session, sir. And so we'll be talking about challenges in genetic diseases detection, prevention, and cure in India, a way forward towards translational research.
Well, thank you for the introduction and thank you for the invite. The morning session, plenary session was very scintillating, very learning. This is different from the morning session. Well, I also believe personally in comprehensive development, and genetics is one of the baselines. So then we can think overall both spiritual and social development of a human being if we understand this. So there are challenges in understanding this for us geneticists. And I'm just going to, this is going to be the tip of iceberg in terms of giving some examples. The challenges a geneticist faces is what you are made up of, the genetic background. We call it genotype. And the disease which comes in is something which one suffers from is a phenotype. Now, this has been age-old problem. I started my career 50 years back, so it's a half a century back. And I worked on prenatal diagnosis at that time. The whole world was struggling in that area. Before birth, what can you diagnose and how much can you diagnose? Molecular biology had not come into picture at that time. Well, this genotype-phenotype relationship has been a question, a challenge all through. And I'm just going to prove to you that how it's a challenge despite a lot of understanding, molecular understanding we have had. Next slide. Can I change from here? I'll just say next slide. Okay, so you can move on to the next slide. No, it's over. So there's a disease burden, as you can see from this slide over here. It turns out that in single gene disorders, in single gene disorders, 80% of them which have genetic causes and 20% are there in the newborns as congenital abnormalities. They have also genetic basis if you look at molecular level. It turns out that we only can diagnose 20 to 25% cases. Now this is a challenge in itself. That means more than 50-70% cases of those 80% which we have the genetic cause for, we cannot diagnose. So there is no diagnosis available despite molecular information available. This is for single genetic disorders or simple genetic disorders, monogenic disorders. I have. You can't diagnose. How do you know they are genetic? No, what has happened, I'll come to that. You know, in the families, they are passing on. So they are familial and there is a genetic basis to it. I have a slide, maybe I'll explain a little bit more over there. I'm just going to give this, through this slide, a figure of the extent of the burden of these diseases. If it is congenital, glucose 6-phosphate dehydrogenase deficiency, beta thalassemia, sickle cell anemia, all these diseases which are single gene disorders. In India, annually, every year, so many are born. And the burden is almost 92-96 million at the moment in the country. It's an estimate. So you can understand how much burden is there collectively of these diseases. Add to it the complex diseases, which means diabetes, hypertension, cardiovascular diseases, and also cancer. These are multifactorial diseases, complex diseases, more genes involved in it. There's a policy, there's a mission now program 2021. We have a policy in place. Now ICMR has made a consortium of different organizations and the ministry put together to look into these simple diseases or single gene disorders. But unfortunately, in my 50 years back, I always heard about epidemiology, and the epidemiology is being talked about today also. And there is no molecular epidemiology in the country at all. I mean, we have small groups here or there or individuals who do molecular epidemiology, but it does not happen. So for youngsters over here who are researchers, they need to understand molecular epidemiology is very important, because any translational aspects, if you have to work, there are two things which are important. One is genotype-phenotype correlation. You have to establish, you need to know the cause for that. What is the inherent cause? What is the gene involved? Where is the error? Where is the lesion in the DNA or at other levels of omics? And then you can probably target things accordingly or think of intervention accordingly. I will rush through some slides because in the interest of time, this is just to show you one level where challenge is there, and that is chromosomal level. Because you can diagnose mostly in the country, the groups who work, they work at cytogenetic level, and they try to do Down syndrome, trisomy 13, trisomy 18, Edwards syndrome, Porter's syndrome, all these syndromes which have extra chromosome. But there are 5% Down syndromes who are translocation heterozygous. So I'll come to that this is a challenge. We do not know in the population how many are carriers, mother or father. They will have normal, they will be looking normal, and they will have 45 chromosomes if you count. Because the other normal chromosome has gone to either 13 or 21 itself. It could be translocation heterozygous. But we do not have an estimate in the population in this audience if anyone is a translocation heterozygous. So we do not have molecular epidemiology for this. Now, this is a challenge. So people who work in the area of cytogenetics at chromosomal level, they need to understand this is a gap area in the country. We need to understand what are those gap areas. We need not repeat what is being done here or there. And despite technologies in place, that means you have chromosome microarrays in place, but the resolution power is not that great. So we need to think of resolution power simultaneously. The banding, when it came into picture in my career time in late 60s and 70s, when banding started, the resolution of a prophase chromosome could be 2 megabases. When DNA came into picture, the band would be 2 megabase to 5 or 10 megabases, million bases long. That much resolution is there. And when microarray came into picture, the chromosome, you can do 50 to 500 kb. That means 50 to 50,000 nucleotide long regions could be analyzed. Now, this could be micro deletions, and you can detect micro deletions. And I have an example over there, which is Cri-du-Chat. That means you have the chromosome 4 or 5. These are two different syndromes. Wolff-Rishon will have 4 partial deletion in the short arm of the chromosome, and Cri-du-Chat will have 5-number chromosome in the short arm deletion. The problem is that for intervention, a clinician has to know what is the break point and how much region is lost. Now that is a challenge. So I'm only highlighting challenge part of it. I'm not going into the description part of it. I'm saying these are the gap areas. You need to know where the break point has occurred. You need to know how much is lost. You need to characterize, and you need to have simple techniques, which is point of care kind of a technique, which you can do in a village, in a primary health center level, that you can tell a person who is suffering, and you can say, oh, this kid is going to do well. Don't worry about it. Because the amount of deletion which must have occurred has to be monitored. And the challenge is translocation heterozygote score in the population to epidemiology or molecular epidemiology, which has to be done. At DNA level, from chromosomal level to DNA level, people take two different approaches. One is hypothesis-dependent approach and hypothesis-independent approach. The hypothesis-dependent approach is that you understand biology of the disease, you know what is the developmental profile of that, you know ontogeny of it, and then you try to understand what all genes could be involved which are known. And then you design you look into pathways, you look into the what networks, and then you design your study accordingly. Then you look for certain people will look at SNPs here or there on regions which are of importance and study. But then this is not a great study, telling you frankly, because you don't have a very good understanding about the whole affair. So you need to, in order to have good understanding of the gap which is there, that again has a challenge. What is the challenge? The challenge is that in the 3 billion letter long DNA coming from mother and father, 3 billion letter long DNA, approximately it's 3.2. you have variations along the length of this, and these variations are going to differ from you to me, from different people within the families also. Of what importance these variations are functionally is one challenge which has to be established. Now, you do not have assay systems of the kind which are point of care, which can be done in a village setting, in a primary health center level. You need to have big gadgetries, big equipments to do it. You can't be having big systems of microarrays and NGSs, next generation sequences. You can't do short or long read in a village setting. So this is a challenge. The challenge here is that you need to understand at different levels. And imagine the progress which genomic sciences or omic sciences has made is that you have not only environmental, lifestyle, psychosocial, all these diseases will have some kind of a bearing at that level, at omics level, at genomic level. And people are trying to do, if it's a schizophrenic in socio-psycho setting, if it's a schizophrenic or bipolar disorder, people have seen that there is some genetic background which is responsible, and there would be environmental reasons, and they have to be factored in. You have to understand them. This is a challenge to understand. Now comes what Swamiji asked me, that how do you know if only a huge percentage is not diagnosable? So how do you know about them? So you know about them because one of the basic things is that you do pedigree studies, family studies, and there are families over here. You can know it's mitochondrial in nature. You can know it's Y chromosomal basis because there will be male to male kind of a transmission. So you will know that, okay, it's on Y chromosome. Although there are genes which have been assigned to that, but diseases per se are not very well defined for that. Mitochondrial diseases are defined. They have been characterized. So you know mother is transmitting. And I have shown one mother, there's a red sign over there inside, block inside, which means mother has come from a different mitochondrial background. Now she is going to pass on to her daughters and sons that particular signature of mitochondria and then mitochondrial disease. And accordingly, you can define. Now, the challenge here is that you have allelic heterogeneity, you have locus heterogeneity, and you need to understand that heterogeneity along with the clinical heterogeneity. Then you will be able to establish genotype-phenotype relationship in order to target whatever you want to target ultimately or intervention you want to do. If you want to do gene therapy, say for example, but you do not know which is the gene, which is the area, DMD, cystic fibrosis, CMA, all these have been now, they are being cured in a way, not very efficiently, but substantially abroad, not here in India, except for I heard only a few days back in Bangalore that they may come out with hemophilia gene therapy. Now they are almost at that verge. This is not for simple disorders, single gene disorders. How about complex disorders where more genes are involved? So what is happening over there? I have just 2 case studies just for those who are not familiar with the subject area. That's why I'm keeping it simple also. Okay, there is another thing which in India we can do it rampantly. It's not a problem because we can simply score for the pharmacogenomic signatures and see that whether this drug is prescribable, whether I can bear that drug, whether I'm a slow processor of that or metabolizer of that, and another person is a rapid metabolizer of that, and other categories which are in between. So we can probably score for those genetic backgrounds which are pharmacogenomic in nature. And this is one of the very important things. This is a real big challenge. The way medicines are developing and new medicines are coming into picture, and we do not know epidemiologically or molecular epidemiologically who is going to bear what kind of dosage and what is prescribable over there. I'm just picking up. This is something which we identified long back. These are rare disorders. One disorder is about hair. This is called beaded hair. And the family who came, these are females. And obviously you can understand if they are breaking and they are becoming alopecia, the hair is not there, it's an issue. And if it's an issue, then how do you treat them? You can't treat them if you don't understand the disease. So I'm just giving you a flavor of a simple example where in the keratin gene, we looked for all acidic basic keratins and found out ultimately And there is another example, which is of Bloom syndrome, which the first case of Bloom syndrome we had identified from India. Not going into the details of that. Now, this is within one of the keratin genes that we found in exon 7, the mutation, which is there, and amino acid residue changes in that, a missense. And then it causes, but then problem was, normally if the patient comes, the hair disorder the doctor sees, doctor could not differentiate between two families. They said it has monolithics. They defined monolithics, beaded hair. But in one case, we noticed it's not that much beaded. And we got this electron microscopy done, and we could see the phenotype. There was a phenotype difference between them. Maybe people on this side may not be able to see everything, but believe my word that there was a phenotype difference. One was very beaded, another was not that beaded. So we came to know that phenotype difference is there in two families. But what is the genotype difference? So we looked into the promoter regions and ultimately found out, to cut the whole story short, we found out promoter variations over there, which were functionally important, and they had a bearing. There are two things in it. One, that one has to prove it beyond point for youngsters, because this does not establish directly a genotype-phenotype relationship. You have to create it by either animal model system or maybe some more experiments which have to be done in this case. If a drug has to be designed over here, or some cure has to be designed, one has to understand this problem. And incidentally, in Europe or in America or in Middle East, wherever monolithics was reported, the change was very different. The change was at that position, but the residues which were getting changed were different. So obviously, you have to customize now your approach of intervention accordingly. Now, this becomes another point, that in the Indian context, the ethnicity we have, ethnic groups, population groups we have not studied all of them. Even 10,000 genome means what? I mean, this is nothing to the scale of population we have, even if we have that information in due course of time, which may come by the end of this year. I don't know why this slide is not coming. That's important, because I would have shown you that Bloom syndrome. So, yes, slide नहीं आ रही, इधर नहीं आ रही, कोई बात नहीं. There's another case which we saw, a Bloom syndrome. These are short-statured individuals, and they get cancer very early, in all kinds of cancers, which a normal human being gets. And they get exposed to sun, they have erythema. And people confuse them with, so when the dermatology, in the dermatology department of Maulana Azad Medical College in Delhi, when such a case came, so they were wondering who will diagnose. Anyway, since I had the expertise to diagnose it, and this is done at sister chromatid exchange level. These are very high sister chromatid exchanges in the chromosomes. That's a diagnosable approach. But then that doesn't solve the problem. If one has to look into the depth of it, and one has to understand some kind of heterogeneity which is associated with these diseases, one has to go deeper. So we try to map. But at that particular time, there was no gene known for it. So in our own Indian slow way, gradually, we also try to map. And there's a strategy which was shown in the earlier slide of somatic cell hybridization. That was one of the techniques. And the person who discovered the gene later from US saw microchromosome, and he fused with the Bloom cell and then saw normalization of this sister chromatid exchanges, and then found out the gene. We were also working on the same chromosome incidentally, but we found another gene somewhere down below there. The question was that, well, the gene is discovered, but 7% of Bloom cases were not having that mutation in the Bloom gene, BLM gene. And this BLM gene happens to be a RECQ helicase. So this RECQ helicase gene, there are lots of helicase family members. This is one of the RECQs. So this RECQ helicase gene was implicated, but we saw another isozymic form in which works in a glycolytic pathway. It's called pyruvate kinase M. And this pyruvate kinase M gene happens to be on the same chromosome. The question was, what does it do? Does it work, or does it cause the disease in these 7% who do not have Bloom mutation? Do our cases also have the patients and the cell lines which we worked with? do they have BLM mutation? They didn't have. So it was coincidental that we did not find mutations in the BLM gene of these patients once it was discovered. So we simultaneously also looked into it. So how does PKM2 explain? And since they get cancer, and the RECQ helicase by itself could not explain type 2 diabetes, infections, and immune response, all that features which were there of this disease, which is called pleiotropic features. So it could not explain. We somehow felt that our gene, which we have mapped of PKM, it explains. And I'll just give you a short story of that quickly, that how does it do for cancer in this particular case. And that became a wider story to explain cancer and an appropriate one to design therapeutics for particular that. So that is the story. Now you can see over there the bars in one of the patients and 2 cell lines. The pyruvate kinase activity is low. So this was our first observation. We found in Bloom syndrome, the gene we have mapped, its activity is low. And we also saw 3 natural mutants over there. I have written exon 10 of PKM gene. So there were 3 separate independent mutations in 3 different situations. So we were very happy because natural mutations were not known in this particular gene, in exon 10. And we did all kinds of, because at that time it was too early for us in terms of time, kinetics. We couldn't do too many things. Funding was also a problem. So, but anyway, we published it and we saw how these mutations could behave. I'm not going into the details of that. And we found, this is interesting. You can see this peak. This is a dimer peak. You do an experiment. You do an experiment like this. You clone, express normal gene. You do mutant gene. You co-express them. You try to see what possibility stoichiometry within the cell it will do. It should do all that stuff. It makes, then you separate them out and you characterize them from activity point of view. I mean, this by itself is a PhD thesis, so I'm not going into the details of that. But so what we saw, that it induces cellular growth and polyploidy. So it gave us another indicator that it's inducing the features which a cancer cell will have. But then it's not proof. It's not full proof. So once we did this experiment, we found that it makes dimer automatically. Dimer is not there. But in this situation, when you are doing experiment in vitro, there is natural dimerization formation. And we realized later that this dimerization is important. It's a feature of a cancer cell. Any cancer cell you pick up, now that's an important statement I'm making. Any cancer, and I know that there are groups here in this university, since I evaluate in ICMR sometimes student projects and the chair of that committee, and I see other committees. There are people, one is working on PKM here, and probably somebody has also targeted something which is of importance. I don't know if the person was around, to have been of interest to him. So this dimer by itself becomes a feature which is cancer cell specific. Now this is important for therapeutics. In therapeutics, what do you want? If you want to give systemic drug, it should not damage normal cells. So if there's a feature which is specific to cancer cell, obviously the targeting becomes easier. Now I want to sort of elaborate on this point because the rest of the story is like that. We saw how insulin, because in cancer situations this happens, so I'm just giving that information, that insulin through 2 different pathways does 2 different jobs. One through PI3, mTOR, HIF1 alpha pathway, it increases the expression. Now this is contradictory, that on one hand it increases through this pathway the expression of PKM, and this is specific isozymic form which is called PKM2, because the same gene makes by alternative splicing 2 forms. One is called PKM1, another is PKM2. The PKM2 is the one which is implicated in cancer. But through ROS, reactive oxygen species, it dimerizes. and phosphorylates at a particular position and inactivates it. So there is low activity. It makes more, but this more is of no use, and this is more of dimerized rather than tetramerized, because isotetramer is the one which is a functional enzyme. And nobody believed at that time that a functional glycolytic pathway enzyme would be the one which will be doing some functions which are different. So it was very hard those days to push it also as an opinion or as a word. And what does it do? That once this happens and it's dimerized, it pushes the whole pathway. Pushes the pathway towards the PPP shunt. And it creates anabolic character in the cell. That's what you want in the cancer cell. Cancer cell wants more of lipids, more of proteins, because it has to rapidly, and mitochondria is not contributing to that. We have done independent experiments of mitochondria. We have looked into mitochondria nuclear crosstalk and back. So all details I'm not giving here because in the interest of time. So it shifts the cell towards the PPP shunt, and it becomes anabolic in character. So we were satisfied that our gene, which we are looking into, which we got through this syndromic situation. Imagine, we never thought that, because we were looking for syndrome-related gene. And then it became wider in terms of understanding. To cut the whole story short, the final word was two kinds of experiments which a cancer biologist does. One is that you have character of a cell which makes more colonies. So it has that character. So you say, oh, it seems that it's a cancer-driven situation. And then the final proof of the pudding is nude mouse tumors. It induces nude mouse tumor. That is the final proof. So we were satisfied that whatever mutations we have seen in this, they are the ones which are driving even the formation of a tumor. The story does not end there. We were still keen to understand. So whatever we were doing in the lab, whether we're doing in case of mitochondria, because we had seen insulin pushes through ROS pathway, mitochondria, because ROS is generated by that. And so we were interested in that story as well. We had seen in the complex 1 mutations, which are germline. We had seen in complex 1 in other area, another subunit, some which were somatic in cancer, in tissues. So since we had all these observations, we were interested that how ROS is doing this job. I'm not again going into the details, except for saying that through the top one, which you may not be able to read, and mitochondrial mutations, which I have put on the left-hand side, and through genomic and epigenomic lesions, which I have put on the right side, everywhere, whenever we looked into it, whether it's genomic level, RNA level, protein level, mitochondrial level, crosstalk level, epigenetic regulation through ROS as a signal to the nucleus, and anti-apoptotic genes getting activated selectively, and all this which was going in our favor in terms of making a story, we realized all that boils down to dimerization of this PKM, which I have shown here. You can see this dimer peak is more than the tetramer peak. This tetramer peak is the normal enzyme, and it's in favor of the dimer peak, and it's a stable dimer. Now, what makes it stable dimer? It could be those who do biochemistry, they know FBP is the one as a, which can activate this enzyme. So whenever there is dimer tetramer transitions, so it does. Whether that is the only one or there are some other molecules which make it, absence of FBP is the one which puts in a stable dimer state, or there is something else which is binding, would be very interesting from cancer therapeutic point of view. There was a question further that, okay, solid tumors outside, vascularized, getting, all food material, everything, oxygen, but what is happening inside, which is hypoxic region? And we were also interested in, metastasis. So we realize, and you again have to take my word, because it's also published JVC paper. So we realized that PKM1 and PKM2, it's transition between these two isozymes, that PKM1 maintains the normal state, but also a state which is a stem cell state within the core of the tumor, which is hypoxic and doesn't have nutrition available to it. So it remains quiescent over there. And this anytime probably then reverts back to PKM2 because it's from the same gene it's happening. And we worked out on the pathway also. So this is through LKB AMPK pathway that this happens. So I have shown on one side LKB AMPK pathway, which is cell survival pathway, which is within the core of the tumor. And there is cell proliferation pathway, which I have already described. And anyways, in the interest of time, let me not go into this detail, that how it works in unison PKM1 and PKM2, and how survival and proliferation pathway works over there. And you all can understand once you visualize how cancer works. And I have put there on targets which are there, that there's a possibility of using PKM2 activator, because if it's in a stable dimer state, is there an activator? And this is a challenge for chemists to think in that direction. There will be repository of molecules in the database, and one can look for them and then see if it can work for there. I have retired 8 years back, but I have a desire still that if we could see that there could be something which takes this dimer to tetramer state, and once it's in a tetramer state conversion, this cell will behave normally, because it will not put it towards the anabolic pathway as it does in the cancer state. And there could be many candidates. It could be activator inhibitor combination. It could be PKM1 activator, or situation depending on. And since we have seen AMPK pathway also, and cancer has involvement of AMPK there, and down below AMPK, it's mTOR. So mTOR has been very important in terms of cancer development. Having said all this, our philosophy was, which probably gets reflected in, oh, again, that slide is gone. Anyway, I had the one slide over here. I don't know why that's missed here. I have put breast cancer over there, which shows that you have 10% familial cases of breast cancer. And you have where BRCA1, BRCA2 are known. But you have 90% breast cancers, 90%, where no gene is implicated. And 90% breast cancers gene non-implicated means you have to look for it. So what's the strategy? You can map the genes. You can look into the hypothesis dependent approach, the biology of development of breast, and then see what all tissues are involved, cell types are involved, and then design your study. We did all of that. It showed you an inverted pyramid over there that we did right from mapping studies to everything: transcriptomic studies, genomic studies, mitochondrial studies, microRNA studies. So we have done everything in the tumor tissue and the normal tissue comparisons. And we had more than 300 of them that we worked on. So since lab was doing that simultaneously, we wanted to see is PKM, and our philosophy was that whether anyone takes hypothesis independent or dependent approach, there should be convergence on a single molecule or single event. It turned out through Bloom syndrome story, it turned out that there's a single event of pyruvate kinase hit, dimerization, stable dimerization happening, cancer cell specific. Could it happen in these breast tissues as well? It turned out yes. So we got firm faith in that it's a phenomenon, which is cancer cell specific phenomenon, not in vitro alone, but also in vivo. That is the slide I wanted to show. And this is just to tell you that we had worked out so much that we had ultimately found out that what all genes will upregulate, downregulate, which combination is a protector, which combination, as a geneticist does. So we had worked out all this. And we realized later, you can see the tissues over here. I don't want to go into the details, just in the interest of time. And you can see that PKM2 is highly expressed, but it's inactive. As I mentioned to you, that through PI3K, mTOR, F1 alpha, that path, it makes more expression. And it has its own job. I'm not going into the details of that. And through ROS, then it's doing inactivation. It does modification, protein modification at a particular residue, inactivates it. So we have worked out, I have put pathways here. On the left-hand side, PI3K, mTOR, HIF1 alpha, then EGF-driven phenomenon of these transcription factors, ZEB, ERK, ZEB, MIR, this is microRNA. And from their other situation, PKM situation, LKB, all these pathways have been worked out, and we have come to the conclusion. The story I'm telling you turns out to be true in terms of, and establishing it in human situation by on tissue samples. And then for intervention, obviously, we had to either knock out or see some other chemicals which are available, whether they do the job. Again, you have to take my word in the interest of time. I'm saving that 1 hour lost. Somehow I'm moving fast for you. So it shows that, yes, it's possible, but then it has to happen in other model situations. It has to happen for humans in due course of time. Then we can say it works. But the phenomenon remains, which is cancer cell specific phenomenon that works. So we have shown this, that this happens. And I had just given details. I thought I will have time, and probably I'll explain what works and what does not work in terms of intervention. Because we are also interested in the metastatic part. So this transition, epithelial mesenchymal transition, how does it happen? And you can see here, PKM2 upregulated, it's down in presence of epidermal growth factor, and how microRNA is driven. So along with a particular microRNA, which is MIR101, how does it function and causes epithelial mesenchymal transition? All this is published, quite some time back. Then another approach which we wanted to take, and this conference seems to be relevant in that direction, are there certain nutraceuticals or plant products which in combination with this, so we did this, which is pancreatic cancer cells, although this is in vitro work, where we have seen sensitive line and a resistant line, both. We took them and then saw this combination. The dose of gemcitabine, which is a prescribed medicine in pancreatic cancer, the dose came 100-fold lower in this particular combination, where you gave this MIR101, which behaves like a tumor suppressor gene. I didn't give you that detail. It works like a tumor suppressor gene, so it's a protector in a way. So it goes off when the earlier slide which I was showing. So here, when you give MIR101 in combination with this, and in combination with these dietary molecules, these are hymoquinone and beta-alaninic acid, these are nutraceuticals, plant products, you find that it induces apoptosis in the cell, and that's what you want. You want to kill the cancer cell and then rescue the patient. So to sum up, there are multiple challenges, and I'll just spend a minute on this. We do not have adequate diagnostic measures. As I said, we think that, oh, it's around the corner, there's a lot of published material, but when it comes to reality, we know that huge numbers are still undiagnosable, even in single gene disorders. Forget about the complex disorders. We do not have anything very proper over there. These are biochemical tests or some other tests that you can rely on. Then we have lack of databases. We have lack of databases right from human resource to the facilities, so that we could, cross-talk. Youngsters in this audience should probably note this and see to it that this culture changes in our country. The culture of keeping to your chest, or not sharing, not talking about it, not discussing. I think you need to take initiatives in creating your own linkages, databases, cross-talk with each other, exchange. My lab was always open for anyone. So I had 400 trainees in my lab in 10 years' time. It has given me dividends because everywhere I go, I find someone who tells me I was in your lab. So there has to be new molecular discoveries. There has to be approaches which have to be, and this has to be along with the biologists, those who are from chemistry or other areas. Affordability is one of the issues. See, we always say in terms of specificity, sensitivity, whenever a test has to be done, diagnostic tests, we talk of specificity and sensitivity. We don't say affordability. See, affordability is very key to our general population and ease of doing it, the test. I see sometimes if Mars has given me a spectra and once peak over there gives me some information with respect to a disease, probably I can convert into a simple test and take it to a village level point of care for diagnosis. It's possible. It's only a question of thinking that how do we go. So I tell youngsters to think differently, evolve from NGS, big words, and see to it that how these can be brought down to specific testing material and then taken to point of care. We do not have workflows. Nobody has a written workflow for genetic diseases. ICMR has done workflows for all diseases in the country, except for genetic disease. There's only one, sickle cell anemia. That's all. Not all genetic diseases have a workflow. And we also do not work in a knowledge graph fashion, which is my last point. The knowledge graph is that you have to crosstalk with people and then try to understand how information can be collated of different things and commonalities can be there. You develop those, because of interest of time, I'm just putting it crudely. You put matrices of different things and you have even genes and gene ontologies and expressions and common phenotypes between different diseases and even common diseases. You have put all this in different matrices and you see what was common emerging out of it. You do a network and you find what is common, which is coming together. Then you can develop these knowledge graphs and you can target accordingly. And this will become, then people will not say, oh, this is a rare disease. Medicine becomes very expensive because now it's available. It's maybe you can repurpose, repurposing of drugs has been proven. It has been done this way. Well, thank you all for patiently listening. My conclusions were only towards the end that my youngsters sitting out here should adopt these approaches, which are challenges for detection, prevention, and obviously therapeutics. Thank you.
So thank you, Professor Bhagat. In an effort to save time, we would rather skip questions, but anyone has a question, you can ask quickly. Or you can talk to him maybe on the side can become totally out of time. So let's go to the next speaker. I invite Dr. Jian Zhao to deliver a lecture. He's talking about molecular mechanism of gene development and functional metabolic biosynthesis domestication. So Professor Zhao is he's a professor and doctor supervisor of the College of Horticulture, Yunnan Agricultural University. He has done a lot of research on plant secondary metabolism related to biosynthesis of valuable plant-derived medicinal compounds, nutritional quality traits of crops, and his PhD was in pharmacology from Chinese Academy of Medical Sciences by Peking Union Medical College. He studied and worked at Kyushu University, Japan, Kansas State University, USDA by Baylor College of Medicine, and Nobel Foundation. He is doing currently work on metabolic genomics of tea plants to understand biosynthesis and transcription regulation of a number of compounds. He published more than 110 research papers in journals such as PNAS, Plant Science, Plant Physiology, so these new phytology. So these are our top journals in plant biology. So he has more than 10,000 citations, and he has several US and Chinese patents.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. And I also, first of all, I should give thanks to all the university professor and professor vice chancellor to supporting and hosting those game courses in past couple of days, and also give me the opportunity today to share our research on in tea plant molecular biology, and we try to understand the co-regulation of catechins and caffeine. Those are two major bioactive components in tea leaves, and during those plant domestication, those compounds actually will co-evolved during the time. So the tea plant, this one leaf contains so high concentration of the bioactive compound, like tea polyphenols, like catechins or flavonoid or cynin, and also another major bioactive components is catechins. This is the major components makes the tea or caffeine or cocoa as a drink, because this is the central neuron stimulant, make us refreshment. And also another major component is theanine, one of non-protein amino acids, which give very dramatic health promotion effect. So I will briefly this. So this is the major components of theanine, caffeine, and catechins in different type of tea processing. And the catechins, actually, I will go very fast because our time is really far behind the schedule. So the catechins give the taste, astringency, and bitter taste, and also have a lot of antioxidant, anti-cancer, anti-diabetes, and also reduce the fat, reduce the blood concentration. And the caffeine, the bitter taste, stimulating the central neuron system, accelerating the metabolic rate of human being. However, too much caffeine and also gives the trouble, for example, for sleeping problem, and also learning and increase anxiety and the blood pressure and others. So there's currently many low caffeine or decaffeinated coffee very popular become just because those reasons. Another is the theanine. So this time I will not too much mention that. So in our previous the review, I summarized all the flavonoid pathway in tea plants. Actually, all those components from flavonoid pathway. The major genes like NAS, NR, SCPL was targeted actually by the many transcription factor, because secondary metabolite usually in plant are tightly regulated at the transcriptional level. And also the other metabolite hydrolyzable tannin, particularly in the wild type teas, the accumulate high level of. However, in modern tea cultivars accumulate more catechin than hydrolyzable tannin. So caffeine and theanine here we don't mention too much. Also caffeine, yes. So those characteristic metabolites accumulation in tea leaves have very certain clear pattern. Usually high in young leaves, but very low in old leaves. So those pattern actually, behind those accumulation pattern, the molecular mechanism is not fully understood. So we studied the tea leaves development stage and try to understand what's the transcription factor or other gene co-regulated with the leaf development and the metabolite co-accumulation. They sure should have some during the tea leaf development, some regulators makes the metabolite accumulation show in different patterns. So I will just quickly go through one of the TCP gene family. Actually, we characterize as one of hub genes can both regulate the tea plant development and also regulate the catechin biosynthesis, repress the catechin biosynthesis when high expressed in the older leaves. So this is one of at least one of mechanism we show can regulate leaf development and also regulate the catechin biosynthesis, negatively regulate biosynthesis. So all those genes actually in one leaf shows both close to the side of stem and also opposite to the opposite part shows differential expression of TCP gene family and their target transcription factors. So we find out some mechanism. Another very important organism is the trichome. In tea plant, we know the modern tea cultivars usually are covered by the high density space, the trichome. So those trichome actually have contained not only as some defense metabolite, but also contains all the caffeine, theanine, and catechins, and also have some volatile compounds to give the tea our special flavors. So those trichome actually are the very important trait for tea quality, and we also demonstrate through the profiling the fresh tea trichome, their gene expression, and also metabolite profiling. We show that the trichome actually very important defense organism against the UV light or pathogen or insects, prevent them access to the tea plant or damaged tea plant. Yeah, also in fresh tea leaves, we use the GCMS profiling. We find many volatile compounds accumulated in trichome, and also other characteristic tea components accumulated in fresh trichome. Corresponding, we profile the genes not only found the biosynthetic genes expression very highly in the trichome, those single cells, non-branching cells, but also we found many disease resistance and also POD or heat shock protein or those kind of proteins actually against abiotic stresses. So since T trichome is so important, so we try to find out what gene actually controls the trichome development from initiation. So we found through co-expression analysis from more than 70 different T varieties according to their trichome phenotype, trichome index. We found the CX-MIB1 expression tightly correlated to the trichome development from one plant, from young leaves to old leaves, or young stem to old stem. So those development stage and from different varieties of tea plant also show the tightly correlated pattern. Actually, this CX-MIB1 is one of the homolog gene in Arabidopsis called GL1 gene, MIB, R2, R3 MIB transcription factor, and through some biochemical or molecular tools, we confirmed actually the MIB1 can interact with the GL3, the glycolysis protein, and also TTG1 form a ternary complex to regulate the GL2, one of the major genes can control the trichome development. Yeah, we also found that across the wider range of the tea varieties, both modern tea plant land races and some wild tea trees, even currently we don't know the modern tea cultivar is really from what is their ancestors. But however, the wild tea relatively actually can reflect what's the real ancestor, the phenotype. The basic pattern is that the wild tea plants actually, most of them are glabrous, that means hairless. However, most modern tea cultivars are covered with the high density space, the trichome. Yeah, that means there are some trends of human selection for better flavor or the environment selection for the better survival or survival against those adversary environment, because the trichome gives plants so many different types of protection roles. That's why I think current model tea cultivar we select the tea actually with high densely spaced the trichome. So following this thread, actually we found that this CS-MIB gene was also have show those different expression pattern in wild type T and land races, and also the modern T cultivar. The highly expressed in modern T cultivar. We search with examination of their promoter region, we found that the 192 BP insertion found exclusively in the modern T cultivar. That means this insertion actually enhance the CS-MIB1 expression in modern T cultivar, so makes modern T cultivar have more or much higher density space the trichome. Those through different molecule too, and also metabolite profiling, we confirmed those correlation between CS-MIB1 and also GL2, those trichome regulating transferrin factor, as well as the trichome index. So we also confirmed that indeed CS-MIB1 is one also actually also of GL1 in Arabidopsis, because CS-MIB1 can genetically complement the GL1 mutant, the trichome defective. So we also confirmed that CS-MIB1 is one key transferrin factor regulates cation biosynthesis. We know the cation biosynthesis, like other flavonoids, can regulate the transferrin factor. The one of a major transferrin factor is CS-MIB1 because it is highly expressed in T lips, and also their expression pattern is tightly correlated with the catechins, the biosynthesis. We indeed use the molecular or biochemical tool. We confirm they form a complex with the DHL, TT8, or other transferrin factor form a complex. And use the genetic tools, so we confirm after we knock down the CS-MIB1, we can see the less catechins and also less trichome. When we overexpress, we see higher catechin biosynthesis in those tissues, in T plant transgenic tissue. So meantime, we also screening some caffeine biosynthesis regulator, because caffeine also secondary metabolite. Yeah, then not like flavonoid biosynthesis was highly extensively studied for so many MIB R2, R3 MIB transferrin factor or working MIB transferrin regulation, the flavonoid biosynthesis. However, for cation biosynthesis, not so many transferrin factor were regulated, even though we know caffeine as one of the major flavonoid secondary metabolite definitely regulates at the transcription levels. So we found that actually CS1, here we call the CS184, just because after systemically dig all the transcription factor in T plant, we published another paper in Plant Journal, and so we renamed as CS-MIB184. We showed that this transcription factor together with another two transcription factor can regulate the TCS1. Yeah, TCS1 is a major caffeine biosynthesis gene, which is discovered by Jensen group, published in paper in Nature 2000. In 2000. So we also confirmed that one of low caffeine variety, wild T variety, like a PTC, we call it cocoa tea. Yeah, because this tea plant actually does not accumulate the caffeine, but accumulates the caffeine precursor, is cerebromine. So cerebromine catalyzed by TCS1 and generates the caffeine. So this plant, if low expression in the TCS1, they generate accumulates the more cerebromine, the precursor, but a very high precursor accumulation in high cerebromine accumulation, but low caffeine accumulation. We found that related to TCS1 expression. Unfortunately, we also found that this cocoa tea have a very low CS-MIB184 expression level. We confirmed the fragment which can in the TCS1 promoter can be targeted by CS-MIB1 or CS-MIB184. Use molecular those two, but also use the other two. We confirm that mutation of CS-MIB184 also reduce the caffeine content in tea leaves. So that means this gene indeed regulates TCS1 and then regulates the caffeine by synthesis. So this is we characterize the cocoa tea, a kind of a wild tea, while the tea relatives have a low caffeine but high theobromine, their precursor, and also low TCS1 expression and also MIB184 expression. So all of those are tightly correlated, form causal genetic cause for the low caffeine by synthesis. Yeah, this is for genetic for expression pattern of the wild type tea or in the cocoa tea, caffeine and the 184 and TCS1. Actually, in most wild type tea, the caffeine content is low. So later on, if we can confirm the other variety also have low caffeine. So high caffeine content in modern tea cultivar actually human selected during the tea domestication. We selected high caffeine tea. We selected high catechin by synthesis tea. We selected also theanine, high levels of theanine, the tea plant varieties. For today, modern tea cultivar, both asamic or sinensis type of tea plant, all have similar. And so we show the mechanism how one MIB1 or MIB184 regulates both trichome initiation and also caffeine by synthesis as well as catechin by synthesis. So we also observed that caffeine actually was separated from a cell in where the synthesis and to the surface and the load on the vascular cardiovascular layer. So use this way, we clearly can find those. We also later on confirmed use GCMS or LCMS for short. So the reason for caffeine was secreted to the leaf surface just because they try to defend the tea plant from disease or other. Indeed, when we use the caffeine, add caffeine to the to fungi inoculate the tea leaves, we show the caffeine can suppress the lesion development, means inhibit the fungi disease development or disease. From both dosage or different variety, we can show higher caffeine level. The variety with the higher caffeine level have a stronger resistance against those fungi pathogens. So we also show that GA regulates the CS-MIB184 or MIB1 and then regulates the caffeine by synthesis. Those from both GA signaling activator like MIG2. We show the MIG2 can actually bind to the promoter of CS-MIB184, activate MIB184 expression to promote jasmonate accumulation, then stimulate caffeine by synthesis. However, the repressor in GA signaling pathway is the JAZ1 and also 12 and 13. All those can repress the CS-MIB184 activation of caffeine by synthesis. Yeah, so we use genetically, also use biochemical molecular ways, we confirm that jasmonate regulates. And some wild type tea, yeah, indeed have very low caffeine accumulation. So those variety actually we can use it for caffeine, low caffeine tea production. We characterize at least 3 low caffeine tea, wild tea varieties that we may use those tea leaves made low caffeine tea, very popular because it doesn't really bother your sleeping, but you also meantime you gets the catechin or other antibiotic or theanine accumulation. So get other benefits from the drinking the tea. So those, and also we test the other tea variety, wild tea variety and modern tea cultivar, and then some local variety we call the land races. The clear pattern is those low caffeine or low catechins, usually together. So that's why we put forward a one pattern that caffeine and catechins accumulation pattern in those wild type tea and local land races and those model tea cultivar show similar pattern. Then we see that actually gene expression level confirm those the pattern. We found that in other tea, wild tea plants, we also can find some insertions like cocoa tea, as I mentioned before, our 394, 397 base pair, the LTR insertion, and repress the CSMIB1 expression. And in other cultivar like SCEC, and also have similar kind of insertion. However, the 194 insertion, we saw probably the old time insertion, then those transposon jump out and left a fragment. The fragment actually contain some enhancer, like Tata box or other fragment actually enhance the gene expression, which mainly presents in modern tea cultivars. However, in some older tea like Tally tea and also SQ tea, they don't have. So their expression level relatively high. So that means that behind those pattern, CSMIB 184 expression pattern, probably at least one of genetic cause for the pattern. So we also test the genes through the KAKS pattern to show that probably the catechin and the caffeine coexist in tea plant is through the CSMIB 184, the gene transcription factor, because this transcription factor regulates both trichome initiation and the catechin biosynthesis, and also caffeine biosynthesis. So the one gene, of course, likely there are other mechanisms. At least we've proven this mechanism is one of significant molecular cues. So the conclusion is the T trichome or graduated catechins or caffeine are domestication trait, I think, together with selected by both environmental advisory and farmer breeding for better tea flavor. And also variation of CSB1 expression in those tea varieties may be one of major genetic cause for the trichome or catechin or caffeine content variation. So in details in CSB, the evolution and domestication of tea plant. That's our conclusion. Thank you for your patience. Yeah, just try to catch up to the time.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think you have way of using the time for little. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, we can have with the lunch, because soon after the session we are going to have lunch. So we can have some discussions over the lunch if you have any questions. Thank you very much. So I'm sure that we are all hungry, but we have another session, and that's the last keynote speaker of this session. We have Professor Akhilesh Pathak. So he'll be talking about beyond academic aspects, nurturing mental health and well-being of medical students. Something we can say that it will be for all students. Let's talk about all students. So Professor Pathak is a professor and head Department of Forensic Medicine and Toxicology at AIIMS, Virginia. He also serves as Dean Academics there. Professor Pathak has earned his PhD, his MD in Forensic Medicine from SMS Medical College, Jaipur. and he has also obtained a postgraduate diploma in health and law in 2018. He has over 23 years of experience of teaching, and he has conducted various 3,000 POCs and published about more than 70 publications. And he has filed 4 patents. And he's an eminent scientist. He has got various awards of eminent scientist award, distinguished professor award, iconic professor and research award, and best researcher award. He has organized various conferences and CMEs, and he's actively participating in various evaluating various theses or MD and PhD at various universities in India. And I think let's hear it from him. As a project, guys, is yours now.
Thank you all. So I think now I'm audible. So my topic is a bit different from the genetics, and yes, it is related with the body. But if your mental health is not good, then nothing can be done. So here I am sharing my experience as a dean, which I have come across with the student interaction that, and I have seen during my tenure of 1.5 year, last 1.5 year, that the lots of the medical students, they are having the stress and anxiety, and they are facing the different type of the challenges in our institute, that is the AIMS Batinda. So I am trying to share my experience that, and yes, I know that this is a time of the lunch time, so I will try to finish it also as early as possible. So here, stress, overriding blood pressure. Here you can different type of that kind of the news we can see daily in the newspaper, that one of the DM cardiology student, that is a brilliant student who got the DM in cardiology department, he committed suicide, and recently this news is published on the 9th May of the 2024. So similarly, the another news, the recent on 18th May of 2024, that one of the first year pediatric resident commits suicide at SGRD, additionally due to toxic work culture in the department. So that kind of the different type of the news, and we can see the scenario of the mental health, especially in the medical field. So AIMS Batinda, so that is also not untouched with similar kind of the problem. We all are having the same type of the scenario almost. So what kind of the facilities we are having and how we are trying to solve all these problems. So one of the case which came to me in 2023, that one of the medical students who was a brilliant student and was a sports person also, he was taking the treatment for the psychiatric illness. So I came to know this case as a first. In another case, this boy suffered incidents of ragging, and the parents came to me that they doesn't want to continue the study of the students because of the stress he got due to the incidents of the ragging. Though whatever the accused of the ragging were there, they were already suspended from the institute, but the parents were not satisfied with the action. In case study 3, 1 out of the 4 pediatric resident. So in one session, we got the 4 pediatric resident, and 1 of the resident went into the severe depression after admission to the MD course, and his parents were worried about him. He was also taking the psychiatric treatment. And this is the last case which I came to. 1 out of the surgery resident left the course due to the overwork, and he was not able to cope up with the responsibility of his patients in surgery, and was unhappy with his decision of selecting the surgical branch. So there are the lots of the different scenario due to which our students were under the stress and anxiety. And we all know that the reported cases, whatever the reported cases are there, that is only the tip of the iceberg. So whatever the cases are coming to me, this is just only the tip of the iceberg. We can say that the problem is actually huge. So in the similar scenario, when I attended the NMO meeting in the AIMS Delhi last year, then all the deans of the medical colleges, they were invited in a meeting at the AIMS Delhi. And I suggested there that please do something for our students, particularly some kind of guidance regarding to address this issue of the mental health among the medical students. So I raised this question there, and finally the NMC, they started doing a survey. So they started a survey, and 37,000 medical professionals participated in that survey through the Google form, and the results were really shocking. So seriousness of the problem of mental health illness among the medical students were assessed, and now they have prepared a task force also to address all these situations. So the prevalence, if we will go through the prevalence data of the mental health issues among the medical students, then here are some of the data which I have taken from the different studies, that the depression among the medical students ranges from 15 to 50%. Then anxiety, cases of anxiety somewhere between 30 and 40%, stress and burnout cases 20 to 30%, and surprising suicide, that is extremely an alarming situation for the up to the 10%. This is a scenario of the stress among the medical students, and it definitely these kind of the problems increases in especially during the examination. Here we can see it. So seriousness of problem of mental health incidences among medical students, which are the reasons are spread among the graduate students and other candidates. So the incidences are definitely to find out what are the different kind of the reasons for the they are overworked, sleep deprived, they are not having able time to eat. Mental stress can be added by the senior. That is one of the main reasons that the seniors are shouting on that. Not able to keep up with the responsibility of this patient, definitely because there is an overwork scenario. Well, when I studied the single part of the finding of the undergraduate students, there are the reasons there. So they are having the academic pressure of vast medical subjects among the undergraduate students. There were language issues because the students were coming from the different backgrounds. There were the issues regarding the food and accommodation, or sickness, there are issues related to the writing, then healing by the seniors and faculty members, and overall witnessing the dead bodies and human services. So these are some of the reasons which were main reason for the stress and anxiety among the undergraduate students and students. So what these factors contributing to mental health issues in medical students? Factors क्या क्या थे? I try to find out the academic pressure. Yes, we are having the vast academic pressure, vast goals and all that. So the pressure to perform the well academically, maintain the high grades, and excel in examinations. That was the pressure for medical students. That was one of the major reasons of stress, especially this was the examination. Language issues, as I already told you, we are receiving the students from all over India, and whenever the students are coming here, they have to interact with the patient in Punjabi language. So they don't know the Punjabi. And some of the students who are coming from the rural background, they are also having the difficulty in understanding the English language, and that also the language of medical. So that was one of the major challenges for the students who are coming from the different backgrounds. So some of my students coming from the Tamil Nadu. He is not knowing even the Hindi or the Punjabi. How we will communicate with the patient? So these kind of the issues we are having with our students. So issues related with the food and mess, yes, definitely we all know regarding all that. We're going in detail about that. So factors, another factor is related to the accommodation. As we all know, the accommodation facility, the major of the institute are with good position. 3 maybe 4 students, they are living in one room, they are not having any kind of privacy. One student want to sleep, another want to study. So all these things we are creating these stress and anxiety. Transition and adjustment. This is one of the big challenges, especially in India, for example. Initially, these students are coming from the school background. They are attending the different kinds of the coachings and all that. Now, immediately they are attending a medical field where the scenario is completely different, and it is challenging to them. Having a pro, yes, we are having a rigorous curriculum for them. How to study for the long hours, that is one major challenge. Then issue related to the writing, this is one of the biggest challenge in our institute. So we are having the prevented studies, but again, it's one. Social isolation, because of all these, the students are really going to the that type of conditions. Clinical exposure, yes, these students who have never seen any dead body, they have never given across any kind of the patient is coming to the hospital and watching the one patient is dying, death is occurring and all that. That can be seriously disturbing to new students. But financial stresses, yes, we are having very less fee in our for the medical, only 5,300 rupees for the 5 years. You can say at no cost, almost. But yes, regarding the expenses of the medical books, like means online courses, which cost of around 50,000 rupees. So students are using different types of the medical books. We all know these are the costly books. And especially the food charges, somewhere around the 4,000 or 5,000 per month. So that can be a major issue for some of the students, meritorious students who are coming from the poor background. So that kind of challenges also I have observed with some of the students. Then the perfection in high expectation with the brilliant students. जो लोग proper हैं, उनके साथ में ये issue. Stigma and fear of seeking help. So whenever they are in the problem, they don't want to take any kind of, they don't want to discuss all these problems with anyone because there can be stigma. So just the medical students, they are overworked and dealing with the seniors in board especially because the first year resident is coming, second year is resident or the senior faculty member. They are shouting, you have not addressed this patient, why the investigation of this patient has not been done, how we will take this patient to the OT and all that. So that kind of problem are the big reason for the student who have never faced such kind of the scenario even at his home or in any other situation. So now, how we can address these issues, or what are our responsibility in our institute? What we can do? So just I am trying to share my experience that what AIMS Batenda is doing. So we are trying to create a supportive environment system for all the students. We have trained our faculty to recognize the signs of stress and anxiety among the students, so that can be addressed at early stage. Try to decrease the academic pressure, especially during the exam. हम लोग request कर रहे हैं कि ज्यादा बच्चों को किस किस तरह से उनको क्या क्या हम लोग बोल सकते हैं. So that way we are trying to address resolving the language issues. We are providing the language classes to our students, especially in the Punjabi or English. So we are also having the different extra classes for our students for this to address this issues. And providing good accommodation, yes, our institute is good. We are having the good hostel facilities. Transition and adjustment. For address this issue, we are having a 10 days orientation program, which is helping them to orient what is going with them in their next 5 years journey. So anti-ragging said to address this issue, we are having different facilities in our institute as per the guidelines of the ministry. We are having the mental programs also to support the students. Peer help group. This is one of the important areas because the student doesn't want to share their thoughts with senior faculty member or the seniors. So we have made a group on there is to find out what are their problems and how it can be. That is one of the important. We are also having the financial support in different type of the scholarship. We can give up the we can request the next vendor. I'm also providing the free books to all the students. And different type of extracurricular activities in the institute that can be. We are also having the crisis hotline 24 hours available. If any student is having any kind of crisis, he can call and take the help. So all these facilities we are having in our institute. These are some of the pictures of these facilities. We are having the orientation program with also accommodations. Next facilities, we are having good quality of the men's facility. We are trying to provide the best food and the having committees there. Mental 90 programs. And as I already told you, we are also providing the different language extra classes for English and Punjabi. Then, yes, this recently I have started the yoga classes and meditation classes. That also going on regularly in Spotify. And we have also appointed one yoga teacher. So he's regularly taking all these classes and the students are getting the benefit. These are some of the pictures of the yoga classes continuously doing in different classes from that. And even online classes also. So the students can attend the online classes even after completion of their so if any students is not able to come physically in class, they can attend the class online also. So that facility also I would like to create. Yes, we are having the excellent result of that. So around the year, we are having the different of the extracurricular activities, and results are excellent. So I've seen some of the students where stress, anxiety, not able to perform, they were not able to get an exam, attend the classes. Then they attended this meditation and yoga classes. Now they are up and doing extraordinary. So they have already left their medicine or psychiatry department. So these things are very effective, especially. So we also receive some of the feedback from their parents as well as from the students. So these are some of the feedbacks. So now I am concluding. The academic schedule will be less intensive. Organization of cultural and sports and extracurricular activities that can help the institute. We should ensure the good and healthy food and accommodation in our campus and provision of counseling services in the institute. Different types of different levels that can be done. So all these things I tried in my institute and really these are interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I think it was very informative the way you have analyzed. And these are really issues which even in regular universities we are also facing. So some of these ideas are really good, and even every year we should have. And most of it, yes, most of us are doing things, and I'm sure this will help students.
Yeah, the scenario is almost same in majority of the institutes.
So thank you very much, sir. So now I request Professor Gomsai to please join us. We have also Dr. Patel, please we'll have a small felicitation. I request please come forward. I'll see Sanjeev, please you can join us on the stage and we can felicitate the speakers, speakers. So Jan is here just now, but I think he has gone. Thank you very much. And with this, we close the session and we'll take a break for lunch and then join back another. So we have a quick, okay. A small bit of love from the committee for the session chair. Join us for the lunch. Thank you very much.
Nice student name. Okay, okay, then we can start. Thank you. Hello. 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 So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, and distinguished guests. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all in the afternoon session of this international conference on translational trends in natural and health sciences. We are here to explore the groundbreaking advancements in biomedical and health sciences, ranging from various topics, including cancer progression to tissue regeneration. Now, in this session, we have 5 speakers, and all the speakers, they are available here. Okay, so now we are going to start the session, and I would like to introduce and extend my warm welcome to session chair, Professor Sanjana Munshi, Head Department of Human Genetics and Director R&D. Now, the first speaker of today's afternoon session is Professor Pankaj Goyal from the Central University of Rajasthan. He is a professor in the Department of Biotechnology at Central University of Rajasthan. He earned his PhD in Human Biology from University of Munich, Germany, and then a postdoctoral fellowship from University of Munich, Germany, and another university, Greifswald World University, where he focused his research work on cell signaling and molecular medicine. He has published 46 papers in high-impact journals, including Blood, JACC, and other journals, and earned about 2,500 citations, having the H index of 23 and I-10 index of 35. He is also the editor of scientific reports and Frontier in Cell and Developmental Biology. Professor Goyal has received several prestigious fellowships and fundings from German Research Council, DST Serve, DST FIST, and DBT Builder. He is a member of multiple academic committees, and he also served as head of the Department of Biotechnology from 2016 to 2022. He is continually engaged in the research, and in this lecture, Professor Goyal will enlighten us on the topic unveiling the intracellular PAI-1 as epsinase in tumor progression and senescence. Please join me in welcoming Professor Pankaj Goyal. Pankaj.
Okay, thank you very much for your nice introduction, and I'm really thankful to the organizers, especially Dr. Sunil and Dr. Somesh for inviting me here. And today I'm just presenting the latest data, some of the latest data of my lab. This study is a big topic of this protein was not in interest of mine. So that's why it's a very special topic is the unbelieving intracellular fiber. It's a very unconventional route that is discovered in our lab in the Central District of Rajasthan. So before going to introduce this pilot protein, this is a protein inhibitor. And most of the new guys know that the protein inhibitor are very much essential for the life because they control the protein. In any disease like cell migration or tumor progression or tumor cell is migrating through the matrix, the protein is a very important role to degrade the matrix. But to control that, it is a protein inhibitor. So there is a very special class here. If you see, this is the proteins. First is one of the largest class in this category of protein inhibitor. It has more than 500 members, 1500 members of it. And it's a very special type of mechanism. This is called the suicidal mechanism. So if I introduce this protein, then if you look at this RCL loop here, when this loop is out, this protein is activated and binds with the protein. And the protein is coupled with this inhibitor in this way that the protein is coming and binding with the RCL loop, and then it denature and covalently modify the protein. So after this covalent modification, what happens? So the protease cannot work at all. So the protease is under control. This is a family of protein. So this is a very unique class of protease inhibitor. Okay. So if I introduce the plasmidine activator inhibitor 1, is a protein of 13 class, and another name of this protein is 13E1. Okay, so this protein is a 45 kilodalton secretory protein, inhibitor of important plasminogen inhibitor, because everybody knows about the blood hemostasis where the fibrolysis normally occurs. So it's a very important role in this blood hemostasis, member of the group of BC13 superfamily. So if we see that in the blood, actually fibrinogen is converted to fibrin. So what does it mean? That it is the clot started forming. But this is a protease inhibitor, and this fibrin degradation is normally stopped. And classically, fibrin is an anti-fibrolytic protein. Classically. So what we did from the literature, and we also found that fibrin has a really biggest type of potential. As it is an anti-fibrolytic, it means that it should be anti-fibrinogen. Because if there is a lot of fibrin formation, the tumor cell cannot migrate through the matrix. So it must be an anti-cancer protein. But what we found that is a paradoxical protein in cancer. Various publications show that it's anti-fibrogenic. It's okay because it's properly matched with it. But when you go to the pro-fibrogenic, so what is the reason behind? And that was the tempting us actually that how we can really resolve this paradoxical behavior of this protein. So, and it is also promoting tumor as a tumor clinical outcome is specifically in breast and ovarian cancer. Okay, so what we learned from up to now is that this protein is secreted protein, normally secreted out from the cell. So various cells secreted this protein, and most of the literature, if you go to the literature, in PubMed, you will get more than 1,500 papers. All say that it is secreted protein and the function is defined based on that. But this secretive behavior cannot explain the paradoxical behavior of this protein in cancer. Okay, so in the meantime, we found a very interesting paper that is called plasmidine activated inhibitor type 1 in front with the alpha-3 subunit of proteasome and modulate. It has where this proteasome alpha-protein form. It is in cytoplasm. How this cytoplasm, this extracellular protein is working in the cytoplasm. This was the major question, and few other publications show that it may present in the So the group, actually, this is the second paper. This is a group from Germany, is Constant Muster group, and he approaches us at that time to resolve this mystery. So we started working in Germany on that and continued the Central University of Rajasthan. Surprisingly, here the application of fibrin is also intracellularly located. and mainly localized in the nuclear and the paranuclear area. So how we can go proceed from there, where we have no hint in the literature how it works. So the question is that whether secreting fiber is present inside the cell, if yes, whether fiber is present in the nucleus. Because most of the nuclear protein, if it is from the extracellular, it should go to the nucleus and come back. This can be a property. So just to brief introduction, so not from this field. Proteins normally shuttle between the nucleus and the cytoplasm. So if you see that in protein beta here, bind with the NNS containing protein and carry into the nucleus, and then random exposure take it back to the cytoplasm. So wherever the protein is needed in the nucleus, it goes through the NNS, and when it's not needed, it comes back to the cytoplasm. Most of the transcription factors are following this job. Okay, so how we can, so we thought that, okay, this protein might be having nuclear localization signal. So we did it. Normally nuclear localization signal has a behavior like a arginine lysine rich region, normally behave like a nuclear localization signal, or they are separated by a few amino acids. So we checked it in this primary state, we could not find anything. So what does it mean? If there is no nuclear localization signal, how is secreted protein is in the nucleus or in the perinuclear space? So we concluded that fiber may be entered the nucleus by interacting with the protein that has a nuclear localization. So when protein has a nuclear localization signal, fiber is participating and going in there. So then we check, okay, this is protein over there. So it means that the protein must have a nuclear export signal. So what we did is the nuclear export cycle that I told you that it binds with the carbon receptor, and then the protein coming out to the cytoplasm. So what we did, there is a very special inhibitor. It's a fungal drug that binds in the cracker and blocks the export cycle. So we analyzed all these consensus sequences because we are working with the analysis for many years, and we checked. So first we tried to get these consensus sequences in this protein, and we found some reasons there might be a different prediction tools. So this is the list, this is the fragment what we found as a nuclear export signal. Nuclear export signal normally are the hydrophobic amino acid rich region, lysine rich, leucine rich region. So, and then we check the second criteria of this ramp this is export signal, and you will find that this is the structure of a protein. It has a signal sequence. It must be because it should come out from the cell. It's a secretive protein. But we found three, and we checked it and we confirmed with the consensus. But this is not sufficient criteria to say that it has a nuclear export signal. So what we did an orthodox analysis, because the important thing is that if this is really export signal, what does it mean? It should be conserved during evolution. Otherwise, this protein cannot function. So it is highly conserved, all three. In the vertical, so we analyzed approximately 150 genomes available in the different databases like the ensemble, and then check it. And again, confirm that these are the constantly functional. So then we checked, okay, if this is an export signal, then it must be on the surface of the protein, not only the premises. So only NES2 seems to be on the surface. Otherwise, everything is working. And if the signal is working inside the protein, it cannot function. So this was the criteria for us. And then we checked for the surface accessibility, and we found that, oh, it's very nicely expressed on the surface. So we concluded that, okay, and then we did a docking study just to check it that this is fitting well into this group of the framework, and it is following the same group or the other nuclear export signal containing protein are following. So this is our conclusion that this protein has a nuclear export signal. So first finding is secretive protein has a nuclear export signal. And what is the reason behind it? So what we did? So this is the endothelial cells isolated from umbilical cord, vein umbilical cord, and then we checked it, and we found with the staining, with the viral antibody, because we screened the commercial viral antibody, because it is not so easy to get a good antibody. So two antibodies are working, and in this case we found that the protein is on the matrix because it is a secretive protein, also present in the nucleus. Okay, so what we did just to confirm that this protein is in the nucleus or not, we isolate the nucleus of the initial cell and check it. And you can see that fiber back was coming here in the vessel block. And this is the recombinant protein what we reach in our lab. And the cytoplasm we could not find. Very faint membrane. Okay. So what is the next? So we want to inhibit the export cycle of the cell in endothelial cell. So we use this liptomycin B, is a drug from the drug to inhibit the export cycle. And we could not, after the LNP treatment, this protein was highly enriched with the nucleus and didn't penetrate like a structure. And this is the endogenous protein. So we don't know how this secreted protein is coming inside the cell or going to the nucleus, but at least at this stage we are confirmed that it is in the nucleus and it is going to the nucleus with gram-dependent manner. Okay. So any setting might be working. And the most important thing is that this protein is enter the nucleus and going to the subnuclear domain. So we further check it. So this is our data. But at this moment we are not very much clear that this extracellular fiber is going inside the cell or somehow extracellular fiber is escaped from the ER and going to the nucleus. We have no idea. Okay. So what we next? Because after the LNP treatment, we saw the dotted structure in the nucleus. So we checked that. Okay, nucleus has a very property like nucleolus, staple body, PML bodies and all. So we checked it. So these are the few nuclear compartments that is really present in the nucleus and involved in the gene transcription. Okay. So in endothelial cells, in conceptual microscopy, we could find a cell where this protein I1 is present in the dotted like a structure. These are the PML bodies. So this clear to us now that I1 is somehow going to the PML bodies. We don't know the mechanism at this moment. Present in the nucleus and doing some function. So what can be this function in that? To confirm further, we immunoprecipitated I1. And then PML proteins, because PML bodies are the body where is formed from the PML protein. So various types of PML protein, specifically PML4, is stimulated and then making a cluster in the nucleus. So, and one of the major factors of this PML body is the somatization. We will discuss this later on. Okay. So at least we know that this is a PML body. Somehow it is interacting with the PML body. So maybe the reason that it is interacting with the PML body and entering the nucleus and involved in the PML function. Okay. Now, what is the function? What is the function inside it? And this was a reagent range is coming for us, we are not able to identify anything. Because this is a blind gene. What it will be in the nucleus? But Dr. Bruner, one of our collaborators, observed the verification of it. Whenever we are isolating the endothelial cells from the patient or from the umbilical cord, few endothelial cells are growing very fast, few are not able to grow it. And we scaled them and we found that those cells are not growing very good. Fiber is not in the nucleus. If you see the down cells, the nucleus is almost empty in these cells. But when the endothelial cells are faster, most of the cells have a fiber in the nucleus. So this again indicated, so we thought that okay, this might be a very good formation to the cell growth. So we checked various isolations of endothelial cells, divided into two categories, slow growing and fast growing. And then we found that in the normal UVAC, this protein is present in the nucleus, but in the slow growing, it is not in the nucleus. It is highly correlated. It is very significant. So these data indicate that very clearly that somehow fiber is going to the PML body, and after entering the PML body, is doing something with the growth. This we have to really find out in our lab in the future direction. So another important thing, what I told you that PML body is a very special characteristic. protein either must be somatic or it should interact with the somatic protein. Only then it can find with the female body. So this actually theory we applied on this protein. So we checked that where the fiber is targeted for somalization. This is the most important question. And those who are working in the cell biology field, they must know that to get a somatic protein from the cell is very difficult. Okay, so what we did, we analyzed the somalization signals in that bioinformatically, and then finally we identified K348 lysine that is highly conserved in viral protein and it might be a target for somalization. So what we did is we again analyzed the conservation of these sequences, and the interesting point is that this somalization site is conserved in whole vertebrates. You can see it there with the consensus sequences. But interestingly, it was absent in the mouse and cabinet family. This was very interesting for us. And then we checked all the rodent families, and it was really not present in the mouse, and it was present in the rat. So, K348, we think that this is the somalization site, and we have to prove it now. This slide I am skipping it. So, this is the somalization site, whether it is functional or not. So, what we did is we took a kit from the somalization kit from the enterobiosciences and recombinant protein from the RNA system. At that time, we did not think that to study the somalization, we needed so much protein. So first we checked with the kit, and with the pseudo one protein, you can see the protein is highly somatic in this. But one of the experiments is okay, otherwise it costs a lot of money. The money is also a major factor for success. So what we did is next time we decided to clone basic fiber, express it, purify it, because we need a lot of recombinant protein to study further. And then another, so this is the purification of the GST fiber we did it. So we have now a lot of milligram protein to study somalization and other functional unit for studies. So first we did this job because R&D fiber was very costly, very expensive. And then we checked that, okay, this is the somalization cycle. So can we produce this somalization cycle in bacteria? Because we can express this somalization cycle into the bacteria and then express our recombinant protein in the same bacteria. And if it is a tendency to somylate, so the somalization should occur in the bacteria. So with this thought, what we did, we have this is a plasmid we have procured from Active, and then you can see all the somalization machinery is on the same plasmid. We have another plasmid with a fiber. We transform this two plasmid into the bacteria and did the experiment. So this is the experimental planning. I don't want to go further. But the interesting point is that, so to check whether somalization machinery is working or not in bacteria, you can see in the control protein, this is the known protein that is somatic. It is really working, and you can see the somatic protein with the GST. Okay, so we checked about GST mature fiber that is somatic or not, and you can really see because our sumo protein is a histag tag. So we purified with the histag, and you can see that lot of somatic band of fiber is released. Lot of somatic fiber, and this appeared when we mutated this lysine to arginine. So somalization could not occur in bacteria. This confirms that fiber is somatic. Is really, and this is the, I think, is the mechanism of the somalization inside of the body. This protein is actually the fiber, TML protein, and enter the nucleus and enter the TML. So this is the summary of this now, because this is the preliminary data what we are showing here. We have more exciting news about this protein. This I don't want to show due to the lack of time, but the important thing is that this is completely new that an extracellular protein is present in the nucleus and in the human body nucleus compartment, and somalization might be controlled. So this is our final conclusion. So if the cell is slow growing, so most of the fiber is extracellular, but when it enters in the human body, it promotes this. And the most important thing is that nucleus transport of this protein, export this protein is through the Cramben dependent pathway, and somatization of fiber is responsible of this protein to enter the PML. So, the last but not the least, I would like to thank all my lab members, specifically Pragya Gaurav. This is a part of the PhD thesis of Pragya, and Archana Saloni. Archana is she actually started all the somatization work, and she is also here. Saloni is working on the various projects with us, and Mahesh is working on the co-clean. So all these guys contributed a lot in this project, and I special thanks to Dr. Radhika Gimina, who performed when I talked about the faculty in the Central University of Rajasthan. She was the person who experimented with for me, and I really thank all the funding agencies, Steel Grant for the Central University of Rajasthan, DST Sir, ICMR, University of Rajasthan, who contributed a lot. Big funding from them just for this project. And these are the few pictures of the lab. So this is the 4-member group you can see outside of my lab. So for some people, join me after simulation story is over. Thank you. Yes. Yes. That is possible.
Yes. So right now the concept is what concept is coming. Substances is intrinsically disordered region is impacting pictures and they are numeracy in human body is one of the eyes. So many possibilities are rule of I1.
Yes. It's related with the rule. We cannot rule out of this.
So maybe you can do it how long
I think the problem is what I mentioned those cells is very much dependent on the non-tendency. So it means that the regular function of fiber is the extra cells. So if I knock down the fibers, I will not get a clear picture because if the regular function will be disturbed. And our thing is that what is relationship in the body? One is that is controlled, and this might be the answer of the paradoxical one. Is it simple any property coming from the human and non-reversible property and anti-reversible property coming from the extra property? So what we are doing at this moment, so we have a nanogenetic antibody, so we are coupling this fiber to GFP, and we will use HACM and try to pull down all the interaction partner of this. Yes, and then we will check it that which pathway might be which type of protein is it.
So,
Actually, we depend on women. All the definition. So sometimes we are getting in a very short umbilical cord, and this might be that woman is not healthy, your kids is the infant is not healthy. So this might be the reason. And in these types of umbilical cord, fiber is present not in the nucleus. So we thought that okay, I can have a good extracellular function. That's why the endothelium is not able to grow it properly.
so if no question, then thank you, Professor Siva, for such a nice presentation. Now we have Dr. Kulwant Singh from SGPAMS, Lucknow. Dr. Kulwant Singh is an associate professor at the Stem Cell Research Center in the Department of Hematology at SGPAMS, Lucknow. He did his PhD from Central CDRI, Lucknow, and postdoctoral from Ottawa Hospital Research Institute in Canada. And his main research focus is on stem cell biology, T cell immunophenotyping, and molecular mechanisms involved in epigenetics and immune aging. He has published several papers in high impact journals and also co-authored several book chapters on stem cell aging and therapeutics of mesenchymal stem cells in COVID-19. Apart from this, he has received numerous awards or awards or fellowships from CSIR. Dr. Singh will be presenting on phosphorregulation of an evolutionarily conserved motifs in MyoD that controls myoblast proliferation during skeletal muscle regeneration. So let's warmly welcome Dr. Kulwant Singh to the stage.
So, so I'd like to thank organizing committee for invitation and especially Sunil. So with Sunil, I have very long-term association. We have done masters from the same uh, university, same department, School of Biotechnology, and this meeting was kind of alumni reunion for us rather than attending a conference. So this work, I'm first time presenting this work, and it is basically skeletal muscle regeneration, how it is controlled through the action of transcription factors. So in case of the so briefly, you can see here. So the left part, you can see here, has left part of this person has lots of muscle, and the right part is less muscle. So what happens when we perform regular activity, regular exercise, our muscle develops. Our muscle continuously break down and then it regenerates. And if in case the disuse or various kind of myopathies, we lose our muscles. For example, in chemotherapy, cachexia, we lose our muscle. So what happens when we exercise regularly and do physical workout? So the muscle has a stem cell that stay in a quiescent state is called as satellite cell. Satellite cells, when we injure the muscle, satellite cell get activated and it undergoes asymmetric division. So one population, which is called as satellite stem cell, repopulate the muscle fiber, and another population commit to the lineage for the repair of the broken muscle. So the committed satellite cell further converted into a myoblast stage. So these myoblast stage, they proliferate, they have like high capacity to proliferate. And then they repair, they fuse to the existing muscle fiber and repair the damaged muscle. So a number of transcription factors works at different stages to repair this muscle. So for example, PAX7 positive is a kind of transcription factor that is identify the quiescent stem cell population.
Another one, intermittent satellite cells are characterized by the presence of PAX7 and MIT5. Myoblast is characterized by the PAX7 MyoD positive cells and MIT5 positive cells. And once the myoblast is started differentiating, it will start expressing myogenin or myo-G positive cells. So you need to remember the mostly name of the transcription factor, because same thing will be repeated multiple times during the course. In muscle myopathies, at many stages, at different stages of this regeneration, the is altered, and because of this, the muscle regeneration process is inhibited. So, sorry. So I'm interested in this protein. This is called as MyoD, or muscle determination factor, MyoD. It has been discovered long, like in 60s and 70s, and this is the first protein. If you express this protein in any other cell, it will convert into the muscle. And that's why it is called as master regulator of the myogenesis. So, because the MyoD expressed at both proliferating myoblast and the differentiating myoblast, so we set up a proteomics screen to identify interacting protein of the MyoD at myoblast states. And what we found is there are a number of proteins interacted. So this is proteomics data just compiled here. And the two proteins, those got our attention is this protein. This is called as TCF3 or E2A. Another protein is called as ID1 or ID1. So what is function of this protein is they both interact. So when MyoD bind to the DNA and activate the transcription, it interacts with TCF1, and when ID1 comes, it takes away MyoD from the there. So what is the purpose of this study was how MyoD decide that I have to go with the ID1 and or I have to go with the E2A or TCF. So and the regulation is important because this study was published in 2009, and what they did is the cancer of the muscle is called rhabdomyosarcoma. Rhabdomyosarcoma is arrested at myoblast state, but when you express this protein, MyoD-E12 protein, in the myoblast, you can see this, they can form the multinucleated myoglobin and differentiate. So that means the differentiation, so that control of the characterization, but it depends on what MyoD choose as a partner to activate a gene expression, and a number of them are already known. Okay? So what was the purpose of this study was to what is the signal that controls the MyoD, whether it has to go with the E2A or it has to go with the inhibitory proteins. So we started looking at the primary amino acid sequences, because these are transcription factor, MyoD, myogenin, MIT5, and MRO4, all are BHLH, like basic helix loop helix protein. And what we identified is conjoined protein in all of them. You see this shown in the red color. And the same region, when analyzed in the other BHLH, we cannot find this conservation in this. So generally, threonine and serine are the site for the phosphorylation. So we started our investigation with the hypothesis is possibly threonine is phosphorylated to regulate its function. So in the literature, this is a database is called as Phosphocyte Plus. We also find the evidence that from the database Like one protein MR4 at T120 is phosphorylated. So this giving some confidence. Okay, the hypothesis may be correct. And in collaboration with my PhD time friend, Dr. Ashutosh Kumar, he is in the ranking Japan right now. So he ran some molecular dynamics simulation study. So what is happening? Where he added the phosphate group on the, so myosin generally binds to DNA with the homodimer, like two molecules need to bind to the DNA. And when you add the phosphate group, it adds the negative charge on that side. On the dimerization side, the homodimerization side, it adds. You can see the arrow, there is a like white color, red color, that means it adds the negative charge. Okay. And when we run the molecular dynamics simulation study, we find that at some point, this homodimer was broken. So that both the dimers was dissociating at some point. So we thought possibly addition of the negative charge is helping in the dissociation of both monomers. So to prove this, we performed a electrophoretic mobility assay where we converted the threonine 125 into glutamic acid that mimics the phosphorylated state of this threonine bridge. And what happens, you can see here, one type protein can bind to the different DNA, but when you radiate it, cannot bind to DNA. So possibly that was correct. So the binding to the for binding to the DNA, the biotin has to be in the homodimer. Once you phosphorylate it, it is dissociated from it. So next step, what we did is we tried again with the electrophoretic mobility sequence. You can see. So in this case, this is the binding of the myotin. When we start adding the other protein that we identified in the protein system, when we start adding, it keep on shifting. So this one is the homodimer, another one is the heterodimer, the top one. Okay. So the first one mutant, it was not binding to the DNA, but when you add the E12, it was having the higher affinity with the DNA. So I thought possibly the first hypothesis might not be correct. So what we do is a classical experiment where we take DNA and express the you can see in wild type and P1 type that is not phosphorylated can convert the fibroblast into myotubules, but phospho-mimicking mutant cannot convert. Okay, and you can see here the level of expression of the E mutant was also low. That we will discuss a little bit later. So this was one story. So now it was clear at that point that phosphorylation is inhibiting the function of the myotin, not involved in the transcription activation process. So we did the same experiment again and then incubated with the different concentration of the other proteins. And the lead one was removing the, so for example, myotin homodimer binds to this DNA like this. And if you add the protein in it, then it take away myotin from the DNA. And same thing was proven with the five proteins like the myotin T135 has the stronger affinity with the IT1 compared to the other compounds. So now, both in first two experiments, what we saw that T135E mutant, like the phospho-mimicking mutant of the myotin, has stronger affinity with both E12 and E1. So here, what we did, we performed a competition assay. In the competition assay, the myotic E1 is incubated in the DNA, and then we added increasing amount of the media. So you can see here with wild type myotic E1, E12 can take away the myotic, but it won't take away the myotic. But in case of the TT mutant, we could not. So that means at this point it was clear that the phosphorylation of the myotic has stronger affinity with the EAT protein, not with the E12 protein. So another evidence we provided is if we tethered wild type myotic with the E12 with a small peptide, and we did this kind of rescue experiment. So it could not rescue completely, but partially it rescued. So now you can see that you can see here the small myotic with the green color. It's stained in myosin heavy chain. Myosin green color is the myosin heavy chain. That is a marker for the differentiated myotic. So now at this point it was completely clear that phosphorylation of the T35 is controlling controlling its choice for the E12 or E1 protein. So in previous slide I showed you the TE protein expression of the TE protein was low, and with this experiment we proved that the TE protein, that you can see the half-life of the myotic. So in this experiment, you transfer all these constructs in a fibroblast, and then you block the translation with the help of cyclooxamide and inhibit the proteasomal degradation through MG132. So, for example, you can see the wild type protein is degraded slower compared to the TT mutant, which is here half an hour. And once you apply the proteasome inhibitor, the protein can be released. So at this point, we were sure that, and here also we saw that the ubiquitination. So when your protein is phosphorylated, this is wild type. So T mutant has the higher level of the ubiquitination. So up to here, we have proven that the phosphorylation of myotic at T135 has higher affinity with inhibitory protein, and this phosphorylation drives the protein towards the proteins towards the ubiquitin mediated degradation path. Okay. So after this, still we didn't know that where it is this process is happening, during development or during regeneration. So here we collaborated with my postdoc supervisor, Jeffrey Gilbert. He was in so I did my postdoc in Ottawa Hospital Research Institute, Canada. And in collaboration with him, he made a mouse that is knocking mouse for the myotic T135A mutant, because A mutant cannot be phosphorylated. So you can see the muscle in case of the A mutant was slightly bigger in size, but we did lots of analysis and we could not find out why it is bigger and whether it has a developmental level. But in muscle, you can study regeneration. You can break the muscle by injecting a toxin. It's called as cardiotoxin. This is derived from purified from the venom of the cobra muscle. And when you inject in the muscle, it can break. It breaks the muscle. And when we break this muscle, we see the regeneration process is compromised. You can see this muscle mass is smaller in size. This is compared to the other one. And then further analysis was done. So you can see here what we did is take the mouse here and one leg we could same mouse, one leg you are not injected with the cardiac toxin, another leg you are injected with the cardiac is injected with the cardiac toxin. And after 7 days, HE staining was done. So this is normal at the room, at uninjured muscle. You can see the nucleus is at the boundary of the muscle fiber, but when you break it down, the nucleus migrate in the center. So centrally nucleated nucleus is the sign of the degenerative muscle fiber. So when we quantify compared to the uh, control mice, the DA mutant has slower regeneration. For example, you can see lots of white color thing is the sign of fibrosis. These are fibrotic disease. So the control mice is regenerating properly, but the DA mouse was not regenerating properly. So next step, we try to quantify different types of the transcription factor that express at different stages of the regeneration. For example, FAT7 is a marker for stem cell. You can see FAT7 number was decreased. The myodine is considered during regeneration as a marker for the proliferating myoblasts. So some of the myoblast number was increased in case of the TA mutant. And the myogene is considered as a marker for the differentiation. So here the myoblast is increased and differentiation is decreased. So at this slide, we thought that this knocking mouse, the phosphorylation is possibly required for the proliferation of the myoblast. So, to evaluate it, we performed an ED incorporation to the control TA mouse, and at a first day of injury, the EDO is a marker for the cell proliferation. EDA is injected in the mouse, and then muscle was isolated and different types of things was done. So you can see here, in case we also EDU calculated, the higher number of the EDU positive cells in case of the EDU. That means that like the cells after injury in case of the T135 mutant, it is restricted at myoblast state and its proliferation of the myoblast is compromised because that's why you get the higher number of the proliferation ED positive cells. So this work was also confirmed in case of you can isolate from the muscle, you can isolate the myoblast and perform the same experiment. You can see here there is an increase in the ED positive cell in case of the E135. So, in last, whether we ask the question whether the mutant has some effect in the fusion of it, because in case of the muscle, when you injure the muscle, the stem cell eject the cells and eject the quiescence, it comes to the get activated, proliferate, and then fuse it. Okay, and what we found in case of the in control mice, you can see this kind of the structure. These are the T135A mutant myoblasts. Those are unable to fuse. And in quantification, you can see that the fusion is compromised. So, two defects we observed. One is myoblast is proliferating at higher level in case of the TA mutant. And next is it is not able to fuse to the damaged muscle fiber so that it can repair it. So these are just summary the state. So in the control condition, you can see that it is regenerating proper, muscle is damaged, it can regenerate. But in case of the TTN, myoblast is proliferating at little bit higher level, and the diffusion is and those myoblasts which are not in which myopathy is not phosphorylated by the polymer, right? They are not able to fuse to the muscle fiber, and because of this reason, the regeneration is compromised. And finally, we come with this model is the myopathy have two choices from our study. It can interact with the E12, it can interact with the E1. And when it interacts with the E12 and E1, it can activate the muscle differentiation specific gene or proliferation specific gene. But once it is phosphorylated, it has high affinity with the E1 and it undergoes gene-related proteolysis. So until now, we don't know the kinase. We have put lots of effort in identifying this kinase. Finally, we came across a kinase called B21 activated kinase 4, FACT4. We are currently investigating whether FACT4 can phosphorylate. So we also have some idea about this signaling. Possibly it's a BMP, bone morphogenetic protein signaling, but we still have to work a lot to complete the story. So with this, I'd like to thank you. This is my group by SDP Jai and people. And so most of the biochemical work that is done and cell biology work, the molecular dynamics study was done in collaboration with Ascos, and he's working in Japan and Kenya. So, and muscle whole mouse work was done by the Vidan Kumar under the supervision of Dr. Jeff Duval. He's my postdoc supervisor. And with this, I'd like to thank you. And I'll be happy to answer any question if you have. Bye. Okay. Okay.
So no question? So we are short on time. So thank you, Dr. Sulwan. Thank you very much for detailed explanation of myoblast proliferation. So now I request Dr. Pankaj and Dr. Sulwan, please come on the stage, and I invite Dr. Manisha and Sunil for facilitation. Come, please. So there is one request. Next lecture was planned for Dr. Vivek Singh, but since we started late, So there is one online lecture. One? Okay, okay. So, so we have the next session, next lecture, that is by Dr. Paula Marcus. So, in brief about Dr. Paula Marcus, she graduated from the University of Aveiro in Portugal with a bachelor degree in chemistry, then master in chemistry from the same university, and PhD in material science engineering with focus on biomaterials. After completing her undergraduate, she was offered a research position in the same institute, and then she's also served as assistant professor, assistant lecturer in the and teaching of chemistry. In 2007, she was granted a Cynthia 2007 contract at UA University, Department of Mechanical Engineering, that is progressing to PI University. Her research interest mainly focused on applying nanotechnology solutions to environmental and medical contexts. She led various national and international projects, and she assumed the role of coordinator in 2024 for TEMA Research Unit. In addition, she occupies an elected position on UA Scientific Council. So today, Professor Paula will present her work on synergizing graphene oxides and polymers, innovations in tissue engineering. So please give a warm welcome to Professor Paula Marcus. So, now I request Professor Paula Marcus to start her lecture. Please.
about interesting applications. Uh, Regarding the fields of applications that I am talking with you today, we can see that the major biomedical applications of graphene-basic materials include biosensing, bioimaging, drug delivery, tissue engineering, phototherapy, and diagnostics. And if you can see in this graph that there is a growing interest in the field of biomedical engineering. And there are different types of applications, and there are many studies that are using this type of materials. So, in our group, we have been working a lot with this type of materials. These are some examples that we did in the past related with the graphene oxide functionalizations using different types of, for example, inorganic functionalizations with gold, the modification of graphene oxide with the PMMA in order to reinforce both segments. We also studied the interactions of, for example, non-graphene oxide as a potential platform for cancer therapy. So there was in the past a lot of studies. So based on these previous studies, that where we worked with 2D materials, let's say, um, then we started to realize that using these 2D materials, we were able also to prepare what we call graphene-based 3D structures. And in this case, for example, the first example here, hydrothermal treatment, is very interesting because you just need to have a very nice dispersal graphene oxide solution. And then if you put it inside an autoclave, where you can apply temperature and pressure, then with this you obtain a very light porous structures. And if you add here in this media some other chemicals that you want to be inside this foam, if let's say obtain a foam which is functionalized, you can obtain this type of materials with very interesting properties. So, but this in this case, as you can see, this is very, very light. So we start to explore this type of 3D materials. And then, as you can see here, there is another option, which is hydrogel formation, where you can start with a very diluted graphene oxide solutions. For example, we mix this with collagen, and very simple, just by shaking, and you obtain some electrostatic interactions between the polymer and the graphene oxide. And then after lyophilization, you obtain nice 3D structures, as you can see here. And because you are working with collagen, then you have here amine functionalized groups. So we start to explore these 3D structures. And our focus was regarding, and you can see here, we published this review because we started to be interested, because we were starting also to interact with some clinicians that work in the field of spinal cord injury. And we start to think if these graphene-based materials could have a potential to work towards spinal cord regeneration. And that's because that is a very permanent. Unfortunately, there is something that cannot be avoided because the spinal cord injury can happen to anyone. Unfortunately, so and when it happens, if we have a healthy spinal cord, because spinal cord is very important because it is the superhighway between the brain and the rest of the body. If a lesion occurs, then immediately there is a cascade of events that leads to a scar tissue and inhibits the connection between the brain and the rest of the body. And the people can become paraplegic or tetraplegic. So in here with more detail, when we have the type of lesions can be acute, subacute, or chronic. So and this is something that when happens, people start to have disabilities, and the numbers are also impressive because every year 250,000 to 500,000 cases occur. Unfortunately, now with the war that is happening in the world, these numbers unfortunately will increase. And there is also a very high societal impact. So also the current research on spinal cord injury is focusing on understanding how we can approach this, because actually nowadays there is no cure for this problem. There is some current studies or procedures that can be applied, which are neuroprotection, repair and regeneration, also some cell-based therapies and neuroplasticity approaches. And I highlighted here in green the bioengineering growth scaffolds and also electrical simulations. And this was somehow the basis to think about this project that we obtained from the European Commission, which was a step forward to spinal cord injury repair using innovative stimulated non-injurious scaffolds. So what was the concept of these studies? In science, and when we are trying to approach a complex process like this, like I explained in spinal cord injury, I think we need to think this or to prepare the materials as simple as possible in order to understand the biochemical environment that we are providing, and if the process is simple, it will be easier. So our proposal here was to use a polymer, which is a human-based polymer. And this was an decellularized extracellular matrix, which was extracted from the adipose tissue. So adipose tissue is something that is very available in the body. So if we extract the adipose tissue, then if you decellularize, you obtain an extracellular matrix, which is very rich in proteins, growth factors. So we have one partner in this project from Spain, Tecnalia, that produces this matrix. And then we wanted to combine this with our graphene-based materials and prepare a solution that uses a very simple process to prepare the scaffolds. We explored, of course, because this was an exploratory project, we explored different types of producing these scaffolds, for example, using electrospinning, also 3D printing, and then the scaffolds that we obtained with the most, which were most, let's say, after the characterizations, most qualifying, we started to do our in vitro studies with electrical simulations, because electrical simulation is very important for the nervous system. So we wanted to know how we could modulate the cell behavior by applying some electrical simulations. And then in the final stage of the project, we did some in vivo studies with rat models. So our main issue at the beginning was to understand which graphene-based materials we could use and how we could interface them with the cellularized matrix. And then we also needed to answer to the questions how to shape this interface into a 3D microenvironment meeting the requirements of the spinal cord tissue. So we approached different strategies, always starting with these two materials. And the strategy one was very simple, just dissolving the matrix in acidic solution in acetic acid, because it is dissolved in acidic medium. And the other one was also enzymatic digestions, also in acidic buffer. In the first case, we just after the dissolving and adding different concentrations of graphene-based materials, after lyophilization or freeze drying, we obtain what we call it foams. And in the second case, with the enzymatic digestions of the matrix, we obtain hydrogels. And also not only hydrogels, but we also produce it electrospoon membranes. So I will just briefly explain the results that we obtain with this. In the case of the foams, we needed to introduce, in order to link the matrix to the reduced graphene oxide. And let me explain you why we choose to reduce graphene oxide. So we started with graphene oxide. We wanted to reduce it to some degree in order to have some areas where we will have some conductivity. Because, as you know, we wanted to introduce the electrical stimulation. So we wanted to have a material that could have some conductivity inside the material. So we also explored, and this was studied also in detail, a method to reduce the graphene oxide without introducing other additives. So we use thermal reduction, and we used carbodiamide linker to help to the connection between the graphene oxide, reduced graphene oxide, and the matrix. So in this case, we were able to obtain these materials that we see here with the reduced graphene oxide, which we always compare it with the matrix alone. In terms of of course, we did a lot of studies. I will not go into deeply detail, but if you can, we follow the type of connection that the mechanisms that were behind this linkage, and also by following the free amines groups inside the scaffold. And we studied different concentrations of reduced graphene oxide, and we started to test the addition of 15, 30, and 50% of reduced graphene oxide. What we can see here in this graph is that when we have the higher concentration of reduced graphene oxide, it is competing with this carbodiamide linkage. So we can say that the oxygen functional groups that are still present in the reduced graphene oxide are interacting directly with the matrix. So let's say that we don't need to use this linkage because the material has the property to link by themselves. What we obtain, and we can see here in this characterization, so we characterize it from the point of view of morphology. In this case, scanning microscopy, electron microscopy, and also microscopy. And we saw that when we have a higher concentration of reduced graphene oxide, we have here a distribution of porosity when we obtain higher porosity, let's say, with this 50% of reduced graphene oxide. It's very important to have porosity because the cells need to go inside. In terms of the mechanical properties, we can see that when we are hiding higher concentrations of reduced graphene oxide, the material starts to have lower mechanical properties, but don't forget that spinal cord injury is very soft. So this range in order of maximum 2 kilopascals is an important or is the optimal, let's say, optimal properties for the spinal cord tissue simulation, let's say. We also studied the swelling behavior because it's also very important to have a very good swelling. So I will move. I wanted to show you here that I don't know if this will work. No, the video is not working in this. So sorry. I would like with this video to show you that we can press these scaffolds and they recover the shape, which is very important if the surgeon is handling this soft material to put it inside the damage of the spinal cord. But this is not working, so I will move forward. It's not moving. It's stuck. I don't know what happened. I am not able now to move the slides. Okay, it's working finally. Sorry, I need to press here in another screen. So as I mentioned, we have the shape recovery of the materials, as you can see in the video. So it recovers. In terms of the cells in vitro studies, let's say, so we studied this with neural stem cells, and what we saw at the beginning is that in terms of proliferation, that in the initial, let's say, the initial stage, the materials only with the matrix have a higher capacity to adhere the cells, and the cells were more able to adhere and proliferate. But in terms of differentiation, which is most important because we are working with the progenitor cells, with the stem cells, we could see that regarding the differentiation, and this was also spontaneous because we were not using growth factors or nothing else. It was just as simple as possible. We could see that increasing the amount okay. So I have few times, so I need to select. So what we saw is that when we have more graphene oxide, we were able to differentiate the cells into neurons, which was very interesting because we were not using growth factors or additives, like I mentioned, that would induce the cell fate into something else. So the presence of reduced graphene oxide was very important to differentiate the cells into neurons. That what was our aim. This study, you can find it here in Biomaterials Advances, so you can, if you are interested, you can see the paper. Then I just wanted to show you also, again, a very interesting approach that we did. So we started with preparing a 2D membrane by electrospinning, and then we used a very simple technique because from the beginning I told you that we wanted to use simple techniques. We used the so-called gas forming technique. So we are using a borohydrate solution. And you can see that when we are introducing here the 2D membrane inside this, we are able to obtain a 3D shape foam. Then, okay, I will move. As you can see here, we have very nicely 3D structures that started from here, from 2D, and we have a very interesting coral structure with this very interesting fiber topology. So we also started to characterize this. So I will need to move forward. We made a very good characterization of these materials. Again, I will not. Well, but okay, you can say again, like previously, this is also very easily to handle. And then we wanted to introduce in this system again the reduced graphene-based materials. In this case, we functionalized the graphene oxide with polydopamine, because polydopamine is a natural binder, let's say, and we use this functionalization, which also have some amine groups that were able to interact with the matrix, and it's a natural connection, let's say. So we started again to characterize, and we have a very nice characterization of these materials in our papers. And we can see here that when we started our in vitro studies, that there was a very good in vitro approach. And there was also the image here from the conf image. Don't show it very nicely, but there was a very nice prolongation of the cells towards the matrix. More results here. So with some neural indications, and as you can see here, we have very nicely neurons coming here. So what, and this is the paper that we published in Chemical Engineering Journal. And the message here that I wanted to highlight in this presentation, I choose today to just talk to you about the materials itself, because it's the knowledge that we have here in our group. But as I mentioned, this was an international project, and we had collaborators that were let's say studying the cytocompatibility of these materials. And we have also the part of the studies with the in vivo materials, papers that are now being accepted, like this week, for example, one paper that highlights the in vivo studies that we obtained was accepted for publication. So this was a very huge team that was working in this project. And the message here is that with this project, we were able to acquire knowledge that by using human derived extracellular matrix, adding graphene oxide was very important to direct the stem cells fate into the neurons. So this is a material with a very high potential to be applied for the spinal cord injury repair. Of course, that we are continue to study these materials. So in the future, I hope to have better, to have news from the in vivo studies in order to complete this study and try to contribute to the repair of this devastating pathology. So with this, I finished my presentation. I want to thank you for your attention, and thank you again for the invitation to be here today talking to you. Thank you very much.
We have few questions.
Sir,
Here. Yeah.
Hi, can you hear me? Paula?
I think so, yeah.
It's a great talk. You talk about the DCM. How do you make the DCM? What is the method used for making DCM?
Sorry, Can you speak a little bit slowly?
You have made some DCO powder, if I'm correct. Desalinized assessment matrix. What is the procedure to make that? How stable was that DCO?
Okay, you are asking how we obtain the ECM powder.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, this is a this is something that it is a patent. It's published. So after the collection of the tissue, there is a standard procedure in order to remove all the genetic, let's say the ADN, all the genetic material needs to be extracted. I am not, so since this was done in a partner and the method is also somehow explained in the public patents, but this is something, the most important, I will not explain in detail the method.
So, on behalf of the organizing team, thank you so much for your presentations. It was a very insightful presentation. We're actually privileged to host you here physically. So probably next time we'll host you here.
Okay, thank you so much for the invitation.
Yeah, thanks.
It was a
Thanks a lot.
pleasure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Orthocytes, lymphocytes, and chondrocytes. This show all the disease process. And then we also did karyotyping to make sure that all the chromosomes are fine, there is no damage to the cornea. These cells. We use these cells for clinical transplantation. And then we also did some NGS in that, what we call RNA-seq. One of my students, Fatima, did this work at NIS doing postdoc. And we have shown that in these cells, there is no change in the onco genes, either suppressor or tumor promoting genes. All were normal after our T3 cells option. Then we created an animal model, mice model and rabbit model, where we image the scars, you can see this, we image the scars of these mice and we get these cells. I don't know how to show you some working. So after treatment with these cells, we are able to see that the scar was almost clear post-treatment of this. So we have proven that in the in vivo model. What we can achieve with the scar in the eye after 3 months of treatment, scar is almost clear. This is one of the patients. The second question you can see, but due to the Khalid one, it has totally opaque cornea. Without treatment, within 1 year follow, we can see cornea is almost clear. And that is the visual acuity data. This is a third patient which got infected, scar due to infection in the eye. Now, stem cell treatment can make the cornea almost clear. You can see over there. This is the fourth patient. You can see how much clear cornea is. There was a scar in the you can see over there. Almost clear after 12 months time. So we have got this approval. So during 20%, you can see some of them had a problem in initial utilization. But with time, all the 40%, there is no safety concern, and all patients are doing fine, and there is a good efficacy also. And this is the condition where we have preserved the cells in the alginate and take them out. These all 40% are also doing fine. We have 2 years follow-up. I'm not able to clear all the data to all of you, but all the patients are doing fine. Then what next? So our treatment with the cells can only help in superficial scar. With a deep scar, no cells will not work because collagen has a very high turnover number. And to change that, we need to replace that. What we can do is either to do full transplant, that is clinical way to do that, but that is not very easy. We are trying to make some hydrogel for that. People have used alginate, people have used PLGA, different materials to make this hydrogel. We are working with IT Hyderabad and CCMB in collaboration with them to make a hydrogel which can replace the part of stroma which is scarred. So this is the group work from the other from China, from UK. They are, some of them are my collaborators too. They have already shown this work, but all has been done only in vitro. We have gone beyond that. So what we have done, we have used the bovine cornea and the human cornea, and we are able to decellularize. So we use the method of to remove all the cells. So I have to decellularize the thing to make the thing it should not have any immune response. And then our material was stable at various temperatures, pH, you can see over there, and it can be also injectable. So it can pass easy to the syringe. So clinician can use that. After that, what next? So we created various animal model of scarring and in our lab. So you can see we have got different models of scars on dry eye where we tested this hydrogel and as well as the cells. What we did over there is we removed the 200 micron deep tissue in the cornea, you can see over there, and just fill them with the hydrogel. And what you can find that after filling with the hydrogel, you can see the last line, and you can see almost clearly compared to the untreated. It is not clear, but that's what we have obtained. Yes, how much? It's around 500 microns. 500 micrometers. Whole corner. Think of how thick is that. It's just 2 times our nails. That's all thickness. You have to play with that one. And the stroma is just 400 micron. We're trying to print the cornea 400 micron. And the thing is, it has to be sutured also. Otherwise, not attached to the body. We need a tensile strength of the cornea. It has to be transparent also. It should not have more than 500 micron thickness. This is all the 3 challenges you have to play together. Everybody says I can get a printed cornea. Yes, we can get printed cornea. Some people say I can get transparent cornea. Yes, we can also get it. Some people say I can suture it, but then it's not transparent. With transparent, you can't suture it. If you suture it, you don't have enough thickness. You have to play with this around. The whole world is trying to get the cornea which have all these 3 properties together, and which is stable also. They don't decompose with the time because our body also see as a foreign thing, try to decompose it. So we are trying to work on that and then achieve something that is able to print the cornea, which is there is no constantly separate layer, there is no constantly separate layer of the printed cornea in the model. And then I leave it this. So before doing that, we have done all the testing in our GMP facility that the hydrogel we used had no toxicity. It has no DNA content. It was very much stable. There was no endotoxin. There was no mycoplasma. All was tested. And then we also tested them with the cells. The cells were happily growing and dividing in this hydrogel. You can see over there. And before that, we also tested with using the markers for collagen, and they have showing all the collagen markers, and there was no HLA-DR. So this is the IF data and control data of the collagen of the cells. And then again, here we use the chemotherapy to make sure that this hydrogel is not affecting the property of the cells. And this is the toxicity study done by the third party. For doing anything, we can do ourselves in the lab, but we do in third party to independently verify the data that, okay, this hydrogel and cells are not toxic. This is done by the one of the lab in Palamur in Bangalore. They have done our testing of our product. And Dr. Balu and Dr. Sangma, they are renowned scientists in India. Dr. Balu was one who was faculty of CCMB. So these are my team from GMB. So thank you. Still it comes to me. He's 83 years old, he comes for 3 days. And thanks to all the funding agencies who helped me doing this work. Only that's enough for you. Thank you very much. I hope I was in time. Yeah. It's a collagen. Yes. Whatever you want.
Because collagen have different types.
Yes, collagen 4/7 is basically in the cornea. Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, please. That's why our cells is one marker called HLA-DR. That was negative over there. And as I told, our cornea is immune privileged because it is avascular cornea. Basically, there is no much immune response over there. That's how it works very well. Yeah. Okay, good. Any more questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So our final speaker is Dr. Rakhi Pal. Okay. So our final speaker is Dr. Rakhi Pal from Center for High Impact Neuroscience and Translation Applications, Kolkata. Dr. Rakhi is a physiologist by training from Presidency College, Kolkata. She did her PhD from Manipal University. She is focusing on, or she is having more than 10 years of research experience on stem cell biology related research, and curious to understand the pathological basis of neurological sciences. And then she moved to NCBS, Bangalore, to pursue her academic research interest and played a pivotal role in setting up a center for brain development and repair. Currently, she is studying on the neuron-glial interactions in multiple neurological disorders using in vitro models to identify how and why brain cells behave differently in patients. Recently, she has received a research grant from ICMR for 4 years. So today, Dr. Rakhi will discuss harnessing the power of patient-derived iPSCs in neurological disorders, insights from neurodevelopment and stress-related disorders. Dr. Rakhi, please.
Thank you for the kind introduction. And at the onset, I would like to thank the organizers, especially Dr. Surya, for inviting me to present some snippets of my research. I'll be talking about how this is something that intrigued me always. This is something that intrigued me always, that the organisms that we are today, or the human beings, are the most evolved organisms on this planet. And this is primarily because of the way our brain has evolved. But what always intrigued me is what Kahal had said, and we learned this in our textbooks, that nerve patterns are fixed, ended, immutable. Everything may die, nothing may be regenerated. And this made me curious, that that means that whatever we are born with is what we have to make do till we die. And right. So in the mid-19th century, Altman and Das came up with this concept of neurogenesis, in which they found that there were specific pockets in the brain, which actually these clinical symptoms are then further based on imaging as well as autopsies. And this is because the brain is such an organ in which you cannot have direct access to the brain. You are unable to take out a biopsy of the brain or cut a part of the brain and then try to take it to your lab and conduct your further research. So, and then subsequently what happens is all the medicinal products that are further developed are not exactly treated on the cells of the human brain. So is there a way in which this can be circumvented? So far what has been traditionally done is, because we do not have access to the brain, we may do with using rodent models. Now, rodent models actually have given us a huge benefit of knowledge and understanding of the field. But unfortunately, the human is a bad model for the rodents, right? So what happens is we do all these experiments in the lab on the preclinical animal models, and then they are translated into clinical imaging studies, have given us insights, and we today understand each part of the brain and what functions do they perform. But we don't really know at a cellular level how these functions are being translated. So that is something that we try to mimic in the dish or mimic in the lab in an in vitro condition. So to cut a long story short, we acquired patient samples, skin samples, reprogram them using Yamanaka factors. Yamanaka was a person who was awarded the Nobel Prize for this discovery. And using that, we were able to make induced pluripotent stem cells. And from that, then we further differentiated them into a specific cell type of the brain, which is the neurons, as well as the astrocytes. And I won't go into the details of the protocol, we will talk about it later if interested. But these were specific to the forebrain. And that is because Fragile X syndrome being a disorder which has cognitive deficits, and we were interested to study those kinds of deficits. So we created forebrain specific neurons and astrocytes. And we first talk about the neurons and then we come back to the astrocytes. So this is the list of the lines that we used, and just to give you a perspective, these are actually the neuroepithelial buds or the subventricular zone-like structures that you see, the rounded structures. And if you immunophenotype them, you will find them classically showing markers of astrocytes and neurons, which is MAP2AB and GFU. Right. So the first thing is the easiest one to look at is the morphology of these cells. The green here are the neurons, and the orange or the red are the astrocytes. And we did not find any obvious morphological defect in these cells. So this kind of brought us to a roadblock, and we were thinking, what next? And then, being a lab which does electrophysiology as a routine set of experiments in the lab, a very talented graduate student called Shreya started patching onto these cells. So we actually did single cell patch clamp recordings, and when she did this, she found that these cells fired nice action potential. So we are very happy. These cells are actually fired. We're not only morphologically recapitulating what we see in the brain, but we also see their functions as well. Unfortunately, they didn't have any synaptic activity. So if you just remember the lower line that you see you don't see any downward clicks, right? So there was lack of any synaptic activity, which means these cells were not actually talking to each other. They were individually finding action potentials, but not talking to each other. See here is called as the burst duration, and entire thing, the number of times it's replicated is called as the burst duration, burst number. So just remember this for the time being. And what you see below is what you see in the diseased, that is in the fragile X sample. And as you can see, you don't need any statistical analysis actually to be able to show any difference. There is enormous amount of hyperactivity. The burst activity has significantly gone up, whereas the burst duration has gone down. And this was reported earlier as well from certain EEG recordings from fragile X patients as well. So what we showed here in an in vitro very reductionist model system only with neurons and astrocytes is that the burst number and the burst duration in fragile X syndrome patients is very different from what we see in normals. Right. So then you have a healthy neuron in company of a bad astrocyte. And you see that it's completely flipped its phenotype to be looking like a complete diseased system. So then we looked at the opposite. That is, we took a diseased neuron and put it in company of healthy astrocytes. And as you can see, it completely rescues it back to the healthy phenotype, which effectively means that the genotype of the astrocyte actually denotes the function, determines the functioning of the neurons. So this was a very important finding and had not been reported in literature before. And this brought us to our next question. So how were the astrocytes doing this? What was the mechanism? Is it because of the astrocytes being in contact with the neurons, or is it because of the secretome? That is what is being secreted out by these astrocytes. So what we did was we took the astrocyte conditioned medium, that is once the astrocytes had grown up and matured, we took out the secretome from them, the conditioned medium, and applied these on the neuron cultures and grew them for over a period of 8 weeks. So when we did this using small molecules, but those are extremely fastened up processes. So these are the different stages, and anybody is interested, I can discuss it in details. And what I'll summarize from this figure here is that the top panel shows the human-induced pluripotent stem cells. The lower panel shows the astrocyte progenitor cells, and you find that there's no difference between the healthy and the fragile X. And they express specifically FOXG1, which is a marker for the forebrain. So that confirmed that these astrocytes were of forebrain origin, and this had not been done in the past. So further going on, what Bharat did was to characterize the cells, and what you will appreciate that the panel in the middle and on the right-hand side has more green, which means it has more S100 beta, and the amount of GFAP is less, which means these cells were not matured enough to be able to produce enough GFAP. So this made us ask the question that not only so the frequency is lesser, that there is a delay in the response to ATP, which we use as a stimulant for these astrocytes. So the take-home message from this slide is that the astrocytes were, more of them were non-functional, and even if they were functional, they were responding less. So all of these cumulatively together could be contributing to the phenotype that we had seen with the neurons as well. This was a bioenergetic study which Bharat had done as well, and we found that there's increased oxidative phosphorylation as well as increased glycolysis, which was something very stark, and this again had not been reported in the past. Right. So summarizing the part with the neurodevelopment, what we found is that the astrocytes were actually probably a druggable target which could be used, and shifting the paradigm of the field from a neuron-centric approach to a more astrocyte-centric approach. Coming to the next part of my talk, we also developed a stress in a dish model, which could be used to understand what happens with low levels of stress and high levels of stress. And one of the modulators of stress in our body is cortisol or corticosterone. So what we did was we used low and high levels of cortisol to try and mimic and see what happens to neurons. And again, these were human iPSC-derived neurons. And this was done by a postdoc in the lab, Haveri, and she did an extensive morphological study. And what you can see here is the first panel on the extreme left is an untreated neuron, which has been dye-filled. And then with low levels of spot, as you can see in the center, there's an increase in branching, which is what actually happens in vivo as well. And on the last panel, you see that there is again a shrinkage with the high levels of stress. Okay? And this was quantified using dendritic branching, diameter of the cells, and the total neurite length, and they all show the same phenotype. Further, these were neuronal tracings which are very good, and you can see very clearly over here the increase in branch patterns in the center panel with low stress and decrease in branching patterns in the right panel with high stress. So, to summarize this part, as you can see on the x-axis, you have the concentrations. On the y-axis in green shows the change in the number of intersections, which means the capability of the neuron to form more branches. And the y-axis on the right in red shows the change in neurite length. So both neurite length and the number of intersections was altered with altering levels of stress. So low stress causes hypertrophy, and that's what we see physiologically as well. Low amounts of stress help us increase our performance, improve our performance. And we now have a cellular model to be able to attribute this and understand this better in the dish. Furthermore, it opens up avenues for studying diseases such as PTSD, which is post-traumatic stress disorder, because we found that with high stress, there is a similar kind of atrophy happening at a cellular level in these neurons. So we also looked at astrocytes, and I won't go into the details, but I think it's quite evident that with low levels of stress, there is an increase in size of the astrocytes, and with a high level of stress, there is a reduction in the size. So, short summary, low dose of COT shows hypertrophy, whereas high doses of COT shows atrophy of the cells. And the next thing which we are trying to do now in the lab is what I showed is neuron only and astrocyte only. Now we're trying to combine them together and see how they interact with each other and what are the kind of changes that happen. So, one of the molecular attributes that are very discovered in this process is that aquaporin 4, what causes these astrocytes to become larger in size or increase in size. And this was because of this molecule aquaporin 4, which helps in influx of water into the astrocytes in response to an injury or in response to stress. And she found that on the panel on the left, you can see that that aquaporin 4 actually localizes onto the cell membrane, and this helps in the inflow of water into the cells. I'll skip this slide. The current ongoing work in the lab, again in the interest of time I won't mention, is on a neurodegenerative disorder which is very ethnic to India, and that's called the spinocerebellar ataxia. It's found in the North Indian population, again in a very small population in the Agarwal community, and is also found in Calcutta in Eastern India, and we're trying to develop similar models to understand that. The other project, which is a collaborative project with the Central University Punjab, Dr. Surya, is working on major depressive disorders. It's up to 9 months old, and we can now use these to study electrophysiological parameters, structural parameters, including calcium transients as well. And it gives you a very good idea as to what happens to both neurons and astrocytes when they're cultured together. And further, you can add on microglial cells, oligodendrocytes, and the other cell types that are present in the brain as well, making it a very powerful system to look at drug discovery or drug repurposing. So with that, let's stop and the acknowledgements. Bharat, as I mentioned, was the person who did the entire astrocyte work. Arpita helped in setting up the lab in Kolkata and transitioning most of this work in Calcutta. Archie is currently working on the SCA12. Shreya did the electrophysiology. Chidatu and Aveni helped with the stress-related projects with imaging as well as with the diaphragms. I would like to thank the central facilities. Some of this work was done in NCBS and later transitioned to Chinta and City Press. So my funding agencies, Intramural Funds, Professor Shumanta Chatterjee, Krishna Durga and Nikita, who had been working on these projects early on. And with this is the current group at Chinta, and you're welcome to visit us in Calcutta as well. So we have Jyoti, Sharnavo, and Bharat working on SCA12. Padmanav, Avantika, and Pragya working on the FDD project. Mayuri, Rishani, Noishi are project interns. And amongst all the work that we do, which labor intensive, culturing 7 days a week, 365 days a year, we also manage to have some fun in the lab. So with that, I'll stop and happy to take questions.
Actually, one reason. Sometimes they don't go also
So
properly.
that we have seen, it is very line specific. There's certain specific lines which inherently don't grow. So those lines, once we do it the first time and they don't work, we eventually don't continue using those lines.
And then in the final exercise, do you get all of them tested and GS, whatever, RMSC,
Yes.
all are, there is no change in any gene, any offsite?
So we did not do that for the fragile egg study, because in the fragile egg study, what I also did not show is we went down the path of seeing what is in the secretome. And we actually found a specific molecule called as S100 beta, which is a calcium chelator, and is also known to be very well known to play a role in astrocyte metabolism. And when we looked at S100 beta and what it does to neurons, we found that it actually goes and works on the persistent sodium channels. And that is how it alters the, brings about the hyperexcitability. So we went down that route and we were lucky in finding S100 beta. So we did actually need to go sequencing. But for the SC12 project and the MDD project, for the SC12, we already done the sequencing. For the MDD project, that is in the pipeline.
One last question, sorry.
Sure.
So in the secretome, when we talk about secretome, when did you collect that? Then after watching the cells, keeping the serum free, other PPS, that's what people have different way of it.
Yes. So first of all our cultures are serum free. We do not use any animal products in our cultures. Everything is human origin. And in the astrocyte cultures again, whatever is the medium recipe that we use, which is primarily we use CNTF to mature these cells. We keep it for 14 days, and then after that, we do not start with them. We leave them in that media for 48 hours, directly lift them and add it onto the neurons. So it's actually a mix of the secretome includes the extracellular vesicles as well. We do not partition them out, neither do we starve the cells, because if you're starving the cells, it's not a natural environment. So we have not gone down that.
But there are two store thought. One people say it's a cell food,
Yes.
secretome, with good beliefs. Other thought they would say exosomes and EVs play a good role.
Right.
But there's always a conflict between these two groups.
I agree to that. So that's why what we did as the first part, we had both together. Now the second part of the experiment, which we are looking out for funding now, is to separate out the proteomic part of it and then the extracellular vesicle part of it, and actually see whether it's the extracellular vesicle or the secretome, other parts of the secretome, or both together. That is actually the Thank you. Sorry, I can't hear you.
If you incubate these differentiated
Neurons
with the differentiated molecule, are they going to form the neuromuscular junction?
So that's something which is known as assembloids. We have not done it, but Pascal's lab at Stanford has actually shown that you can create an entire corticospinal tract. You can also create a neuromuscular junction. You can also create thalamocortical assembloids. So you basically grow region-specific organoids and then bring them together so that they form projections. So that's a possibility. I have not done it.
Is it possible to be in vitro model for spinal cord injury?
Yes, so that was a part of my PhD project actually. So during my PhD, that is what I had done. And you can create models, and during that time, we had shown using mesenchymal cells how glial scar formation can actually be managed or reduced. Because that's one of the hindrances which prevents axonal guidance. But that was before the iPSC era, so it was only mesenchymal cells. Thank you.
On behalf of the organizing committee, we send our heartfelt thanks to all the speakers of the sessions. And they are taking so much pain to come here and enlighten us their research. So I'll welcome my session chair, Professor Anjana Munshi, and moderator, Professor Bhatti, to illustrate the speakers of the sessions.
I think only two of these are left.
Yeah.
So
So
the
one
previous speaker already was.
they're already.
First.
So because they have to. No, no, no.
Finish them similarly exchange that. They actually let us give the correct one now. Again.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
अभी नहीं नहीं अब तो ओके